use of animal fat for warmth. Hey, have you ever wondered how humans survived freezing winters way before jackets, wool, or central heating existed? Yeah, I know, it's hard to imagine. But picture this. You're out in the cold, wind biting at your skin, snow crunching underfoot, and there's no modern clothing to keep you cozy. What would you do? Well, early humans had a pretty wild solution. They smeared animal fat all over their bodies. I know, it sounds weird at first, but stick with me because it's actually genius. So here's the deal. Imagine you've just finished hunting a deer, or maybe a boar. Instead of wasting the fat, you rub it on your arms, legs, and torso. That slippery, greasy layer might look messy, but it works like a natural shield. It traps your body heat and keeps the icy air from chilling you to the bone. Think of it as nature's own thermal coat. And get this, it also makes your skin a bit water resistant. So if snow or sleet starts falling, the fat keeps some of that moisture from soaking in, which could literally save your life in freezing conditions. Now, picture yourself waking up in a cave or a rock overhang. The morning air is bitter, and the fire from last night is just embers. You take a chunk of fat from yesterday's hunt and rub it all over. It's cold and slimy at first, sure, but suddenly you feel a little more protected. Your hands, your arms, your chest, all covered in this makeshift insulation. You're not just surviving, you're moving, hunting, and gathering without turning into an icicle. And you know what's amazing? Humans weren't just doing this randomly. They figured out which fats were best. Bear fat, deer fat, maybe even fish oil if they lived near rivers. Each kind had slightly different properties, and over time, they learned what worked best for the bitterest winters. But here's the kicker. This wasn't just about staying warm. Smearing fat on your body probably helped with other survival stuff too. It could keep bugs from biting, and some researchers think it might have even been used for minor skin protection from cuts or scrapes. Plus, it had a social side. Imagine a group of hunters, all coated in this sheen of fat, moving together through the snow. It's almost like an ancient ritual, bonding people while keeping them alive. So the next time you complain about winter or how cold your hands get, remember this. Humans survived entire ice ages without mittens or puffer jackets. They got creative, messy, and a little gross, but in the best way possible. Animal fat wasn't just food. It was armor. And that's how humans outsmarted the cold long before we even dreamed of down jackets or heating systems. Crazy, right?
Stone boiling. All right, imagine this. You're a human thousands of years ago, sitting by a fire, staring at a big pot of water. Well, okay, not a pot like we have now. Maybe just a hollowed-out log or a clay container, and you've got some roots, meat, or maybe even some weird tubers you dug up. The problem? Your container can't go directly into the fire without cracking or burning. So what do? This is where stone boiling comes in, and honestly, it's one of the coolest survival hacks humans ever came up with. So the idea is simple but brilliant. You grab a bunch of stones and throw them straight into the fire until they're scorching hot, like glowing red hot. Then, carefully, you use sticks or tongs to drop those stones into your water-filled container. The heat from the stones warms the water and slowly, bam, you've got boiling water. Now you can cook meat, soften tough roots, or make a sort of primitive soup. It's kind of like ancient sous vide, except way rougher and way hotter. Picture this. You're sitting in a cave on a rainy day, hungry after a long hunt, and the water in your container is just sitting there, cold and useless. You grab a fist-sized stone, toss it into the water, and watch it hiss and bubble. Then another, and another. After a few minutes, the water's steaming, and you drop in some small chunks of meat. 10 minutes later, it's actually edible. You just turned cold, raw meat into a meal that won't make you sick. And the best part? You didn't need metal cookware, a fancy stove, or anything modern. Just some stones, fire, and a little creativity. And here's something wild. Different stones worked differently. Some cracked and exploded if they were too wet, while others held up perfectly. Humans learned through trial and error which rocks were cooking stones and which were disasters waiting to happen. And over time, stone boiling became not just a survival trick, but a way to expand diets. Suddenly, plants and roots that were otherwise too hard or bitter to eat could be softened and made tasty. Boiling water could also kill parasites and bacteria, making the food safer. But let's think bigger for a second. This trick wasn't just about cooking, it was about control over your environment. Humans realized they could manipulate fire and materials to make survival easier. Instead of just roasting meat over an open flame and hoping for the best, they could now boil, soften, and even store water for later use. That's pretty next-level thinking for a bunch of cave dwellers, right? So next time you're making instant noodles or heating soup in the microwave, give a little nod to our ancestors who figured out that a few hot stones could mean the difference between going hungry or having a warm, safe meal. Stone boiling might sound simple, maybe even obvious now, but back then it was a total game changer, a survival hack that helped humans thrive when they had almost nothing. Pretty cool, huh?
Tracking through smell. Okay, picture this. You're out in the wilderness thousands of years ago. No GPS, no binoculars, not even a clue where your next meal is hiding. You need to survive, and right now that means finding animals to hunt. But here's the crazy part. Humans back then had a secret weapon that most of us have totally lost today. Their sense of smell. Yep, they could literally track animals by scent. Think about that for a second. Like a bloodhound, but human. So how did it work? Imagine a deer passed through this dense forest earlier in the day. It left behind more than just footprints, tiny scent markers, subtle changes in the air, even the smell of broken plants or disturbed soil. Early humans learned to notice these signs. They could pick up on faint odors in the breeze, know where an animal had been, and predict where it might be going next. And it wasn't just about smell alone. They combined it with sight, hearing, and a deep understanding of animal behavior. But smell, that was the secret sauce. Now, picture yourself crouched low in the underbrush. The air is crisp, and every breath brings a mix of pine, wet soil, and something else. That something else is the faint scent of a herd of deer nearby. You follow it carefully, adjusting your steps so the wind doesn't carry your own scent back to them. Every twig you step on, every sound you make, matters. Early humans became masters of this art, moving silently, sniffing the air, and reading the landscape like a story written in smells.
And here's something wild. Sometimes humans would even use markers to track their own traps or animals. They'd crush herbs, mud, or other substances along a path to guide themselves back later. It's kind of like leaving a scented breadcrumb trail, a little like Hansel and Gretel, but for survival. This wasn't just hunting for fun. It was life or death. Following the wrong scent could mean hours wasted or even danger if a predator got involved. But smell tracking wasn't just about hunting. It helped early humans avoid danger, too. Predators left scent trails, and knowing how to read them could keep a human safe from a lion, bear, or pack of wolves. They learned which smells meant danger, which meant food, and which meant nothing at all. Basically, their noses were like survival GPS systems. And it wasn't optional. You had to use it to stay alive. Fast forward to today, and it's almost impossible to imagine relying on your nose like that. We have cameras, radar, and smartphones. But back then, smell was power. Being able to follow a deer through the forest, avoid predators, or find water sources by scent was a skill that literally kept humans alive. So next time you take a deep sniff of fresh air or notice a faint aroma of coffee, just remember, humans once depended on smell to survive. And without it, we might never have made it out of the forests in the first place. Pretty wild, right?
Controlled fire spreads. All right, imagine this. You're a human thousands of years ago, and hunting is the difference between eating tonight or going hungry. You've got no rifles, no traps, just your brain, your instincts, and of course, fire. Now here's the crazy part. Early humans figured out something wild. They could use fire as a weapon and a tool at the same time. Not just for warmth or cooking, but to actually control animals. Yep, they set small fires intentionally to drive prey where they wanted it to go. Sounds like something out of a survival movie, right? Picture yourself in a vast grassland. You know a herd of antelope is grazing somewhere ahead, but it's too fast to chase by foot. So instead of running yourself ragged, you light a small fire at one edge of the grassland. Smoke curls into the sky. The fire spreads slowly. And guess what? The antelope panic. They run from the flames, exactly where you want them to go. Early humans positioned themselves strategically, waiting with spears, and suddenly that herd is walking straight into your hands. Ingenious, right? Now let's talk about the skill behind it. You couldn't just throw a match into a forest and hope for the best. The fire had to be controlled. Too small, and it wouldn't move the animals. Too big, and it could get out of control, burn valuable resources, or even endanger humans. They had to understand wind direction, the type of vegetation, and how fire spreads naturally. It was like playing a high-stakes game of chess with fire as your knight, bishop, and rook all at once. And the best part, this wasn't just about hunting. Controlled fire also helped manage the land. By burning parts of the forest or grassland, humans could encourage new plant growth, attract herbivores to fresh shoots, and even reduce the risk of bigger, uncontrolled wildfires later.
In a way, early humans were like primitive firefighters and landscapers, all while using fire to survive. Imagine the adrenaline in those moments. Smoke in your eyes, the crackling of flames, and the pounding of hooves as prey rushes past. You have to stay calm, stay smart, and stay safe. One wrong move and the fire could turn from a clever survival tactic into a disaster. And yet, humans did it again and again, refining the method over generations. So next time you sit by a campfire, roasting marshmallows or telling ghost stories, think about the ancient humans who used fire in a much more intense way. They weren't just keeping warm. They were hunting smarter, managing the land, and literally controlling nature to survive. That small flame wasn't just fire. It was a tool, a weapon, and a lifeline. All because humans looked at the world and thought, how can we use this to live? Pretty amazing, right?
Cliff nesting. Okay, picture this. You're a human thousands of years ago, wandering through dense forests and rocky mountains. Life is dangerous. There are predators everywhere, from wolves to big cats, and you have nothing but your wits to stay alive. So what do? Well, early humans came up with a genius idea. They started building temporary shelters on cliffs. Yep, not on the ground where predators lurked, but high up where most animals couldn't reach. It's like nature's own skyscraper, but made out of rock, branches, and whatever you could find. Imagine yourself climbing a narrow ledge, carrying a few branches, leaves, and stones. The wind is whipping, and your heart is racing, not just from the climb, but because you know that below, danger is waiting. You reach a tiny flat area and start arranging your materials. Maybe you lean branches against the rock face, pile up leaves for bedding, and tuck yourself in for the night. From up there, you can see the valley below. Spot predators coming from miles away, and feel a little safer. That simple act of choosing height over flat land could mean the difference between life and death. And here's the thing. It wasn't just about being out of reach. Cliff nesting gave humans strategic advantages. From above, you could spot herds of animals, scout for water sources, and even plan hunting trips. Predators had no easy access to your shelter, so you could sleep more safely without constantly waking up to sniffing wolves or prowling big cats. And because these shelters were temporary, humans could move with the seasons, staying close to food and avoiding dangerous conditions. It's survival flexibility at its finest. Now imagine spending the night there. The stars above, the wind howling around the rocks, and the faint sound of a predator far below. You're wrapped in animal skins, maybe with a small fire crackling carefully behind rocks to avoid smoke giving away your location. It's not cozy by modern standards, but compared to the alternative, it's a palace. Your shelter protects you, your family, maybe even your small community, and gives you a home base for exploring and hunting during the day. And the mental side of this is huge. Feeling safe in your shelter, being able to rest and plan means humans could think more clearly, make better decisions, and survive longer. Cliff nesting wasn't just physical survival. It was psychological survival, too. It gave early humans the confidence to explore, to innovate, and to start mastering their environment rather than just running from it.
So next time you're looking out from a balcony or a mountaintop, remember this. Humans thousands of years ago were doing the same thing, only with far less comfort. They found safety in the heights, built temporary homes in places most predators couldn't reach, and made survival a little easier, one cliff ledge at a time. High living has always had its perks, apparently, even if it's hundreds of feet off the ground. Pretty cool, huh?
Bone needles. All right, imagine this. You're living thousands of years ago, hunting and gathering every day just to survive. You've got animal skins to keep you warm, but there's a problem. They're just pieces of hide, and if you wrap them around yourself, they're loose, floppy, and don't really protect you from cold winds or rain. So, what do? Early humans came up with something pretty amazing. Bone needles. Yep, tiny, sharp tools made from animal bones that let them sew fitted clothing. Sounds simple, but this little invention was a total game changer. Think about it. Without sewing, you're basically draping skins over your body, maybe tying them with strips of hide. But the cold, it still gets in. The wind still chills you. With a bone needle, humans could pierce the leather or fur and stitch it together, creating garments that actually fit like a glove. Imagine sliding your arm into a sleeve for the first time in history, or wrapping a fitted tunic around your torso that doesn't let the cold air creep in. That's survival-level comfort. Now, picture yourself as one of these early humans. You've just finished hunting a deer, and you're proud of the hide you've cleaned and prepared. You take a slender piece of bone, sharpen it carefully, and thread a strip of sinew through a tiny hole. Carefully, you pierce the hide and pull the sinew tight. One stitch at a time, a jacket or pants start to form. It's meticulous work, but you know it's worth it. This fitted clothing keeps you warm, helps you move faster, and makes long treks through forests and mountains less exhausting. And you know what? It also gave humans a creative outlet. Patterns, sizes, even decorations. Clothing started becoming a way to express identity long before fashion as we know it existed. So, next time you zip up your jacket or lace your boots, think about those ancient humans carefully threading sinew through tough hides with a sharp bone needle. That tiny tool might have been small, but it helped humans survive, explore, and thrive in environments that would have killed anyone without warmth. Bone needles. Small, simple, but absolutely essential. Survival never looked so delicate. Sunstone navigation. All right, imagine this. You're thousands of years ago, standing on the deck of a small boat somewhere in the middle of the ocean, or maybe hiking across a vast, unfamiliar landscape. There's no compass, no GPS, and the sun is hidden behind clouds. You're basically surrounded by nothing but sky and land or sea. How on earth do you know which way to go? Well, humans back then came up with something pretty genius: sunstones. Yep, these magical-looking crystals could actually help them find the sun's direction even when it was completely cloudy. So here's the trick. Sunstones are special crystals like calcite or cordierite that split sunlight into polarized beams. Sounds complicated, but don't worry, it's actually simple when you see it in action. early humans learned that by holding a sunstone up to the sky and rotating it, they could see subtle changes in the brightness or color through the crystal. That tiny difference, it told them where the sun was hiding behind the clouds. Basically, it's like nature giving you a hidden compass in your hand. Now, picture yourself in this scenario. You're on a cloudy day, no landmarks in sight, maybe a storm rolling in. Your stomach is growling and you need to get back to camp or your hunting party. You pull out this translucent stone, hold it up, and watch the sky change just a little through the crystal. Step by step, you figure out which direction is east, west, or wherever you need to go. Every move matters. Go too far off course, and you might walk in circles or end up somewhere dangerous. That sunstone, it's literally saving your life. And here's the really cool part. Sunstones weren't just for getting home. They allowed humans to explore new territories, travel across oceans, or trade with distant communities. Think about it. Humans could navigate vast landscapes without modern tools, all thanks to paying attention to light in a way most of us would never notice today. It's a combination of science, observation, and survival instincts all rolled into one. Imagine the sense of freedom this gave people. Instead of staying close to familiar rivers, forests, or coasts, they could venture into unknown regions with confidence. They knew that even if the sky was overcast, they wouldn't get hopelessly lost. They could reach new hunting grounds, find water sources, or migrate seasonally without fear of wandering blindly. In other words, the sunstone wasn't just a survival tool. It was an exploration tool. So the next time you complain about cloudy weather blocking the sun, think about ancient humans using nothing but a crystal to guide them across oceans or forests. They had no GPS, no map apps, no satellites, just observation, ingenuity, and a little bit of crystal magic. Sunstones, a small rock, a huge survival advantage, and proof that humans have been clever navigators long before modern technology ever existed. Pretty amazing, right?
Earthen pit traps. All right, imagine this. You're human, thousands of years ago, out hunting with your group. You've been tracking a herd of deer or maybe a wild boar all morning. You're exhausted, and the animals are fast, way too fast to chase down on foot. So what do? This is where humans got super clever. They dug earthen pit traps. Yep, simple holes in the ground, carefully camouflaged, that could catch even the largest animals. It's like setting nature against itself in the smartest way possible. Picture yourself digging one of these pits. First, you find a path that animals often use. Then you pick a spot where the soil is soft but stable. You start digging a deep hole, wide enough for a deer or boar to fall in. Then comes the trick. Camouflage. You cover the top with leaves, branches, or a thin layer of soil that blends perfectly with the surroundings. From above, it looks like solid ground. From below, it's basically a trap door waiting to catch your prey. Genius, right? Now, imagine the moment of truth. The herd approaches, unsuspecting. One animal steps on the trap, the camouflage top collapses, and suddenly it's stuck in the pit. It can't escape, it can't run, and it's essentially delivered to you. This allowed humans to catch big animals without exhausting themselves in a long chase, which could be risky or even deadly. And the beauty of it, pit traps could be reused, sometimes even baited to attract animals repeatedly. It's like the ultimate early hunting hack. But here's the wild part. Digging a trap wasn't just about brute force. Humans had to understand animal behavior, predict paths, and know how to make the pit deep and strong enough without the walls collapsing prematurely. And then there's the safety factor. Humans had to make sure they didn't fall in themselves. It's a mix of engineering, observation, and pure survival instinct. Every trap required planning, teamwork, and a deep understanding of the world around them. And it wasn't just about food. Pit traps could also protect communities. Larger predators could accidentally fall in if they strayed too close, giving humans early warning or even a chance to hunt dangerous animals safely. It's basically a multi-purpose survival tool: food, defense, and understanding the environment all at once. So, next time you think humans were just running around aimlessly in the wild, remember this: they were strategic, innovative, and patient. Digging a pit trap might sound primitive, but it's proof that humans could outsmart bigger, faster animals without modern weapons. It's a combination of brains, skill, and a little bit of cunning. Those early hunters didn't just survive, they thrived, one cleverly camouflaged hole at a time. Use of fermented fruits. All right, imagine this. You're thousands of years ago, sitting around a campfire after a long day of hunting and gathering. You've got some fruit you collected, maybe berries, apples, or grapes, but some of it is starting to get soft, mushy, or even a little sour. You don't want it to go to waste, right? Well, early humans discovered something amazing. If you let fruit sit for a while, it ferments naturally, turning into a kind of mild alcohol. Not only did this help preserve the fruit, but it also gave them a little boost in morale. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. So here's how it worked. When fruit ferments, the natural sugars break down and create alcohol. Early humans might not have known the science behind it, but they noticed the effects. The taste changes, it lasts longer, and drinking it makes you feel a little buzzed or relaxed. That mild alcohol was safe to consume, especially compared to drinking untreated water, which could sometimes carry germs. In a way, they stumbled on one of humanity's first ways to extend food life while enjoying it. Now, picture yourself sitting by that fire, tired and cold after tracking animals all day. You pop open a container of fermented berries and take a sip. It's sweet, slightly tangy, and warms you from the inside. You pass it around to the others in your group, and suddenly the mood lightens. Tension melts away. You share stories, laugh, and bond. That little fermented fruit drink isn't just about calories or alcohol. It's about community and mental survival. Humans didn't just survive physically, they survived emotionally too. And here's something cool. Fermentation might have also helped preserve nutrients in the fruit. Some fruits spoil quickly, but once fermented, they could last days or even weeks, giving humans a reliable food source when fresh options were scarce. It's like having a natural pantry powered by chemistry that humans didn't even fully understand yet. Plus, mild alcohol could have been used for medicinal purposes, like numbing pain or calming discomfort after a long hunt. Imagine the ingenuity. Humans discovered that leaving something alone for a bit
could transform it into something better, long-lasting, slightly intoxicating, and morale-boosting. They were experimenting with nature without even calling it science. And that's the magic of survival. Using every tool available, noticing patterns, and making life just a little bit easier and more enjoyable. So next time you sip a glass of wine, cider, or beer, think about those early humans. They weren't just partying. They were preserving food, boosting morale, and finding clever ways to survive and thrive. Fermented fruits, a simple discovery that kept bellies full, spirits lifted, and communities strong. Survival doesn't always have to be grim. Sometimes it's a little sweet, a little tangy, and a lot clever.
Shell jewelry as social currency. All right, let's take a step away from hunting and building shelters for a second. Picture this. You're thousands of years ago, living in a small human community. You're focused on survival, finding food, staying warm, avoiding predators. But humans have another kind of survival tool that's less obvious. Relationships. Yup. Long before money, trading apps, or social media, humans used things like shell jewelry as social currency. Strange, right? But it's actually genius. So here's the deal. Humans would collect shells, colorful stones or beads, and turn them into necklaces, bracelets, or other decorations. Now, why bother with jewelry when you could be hunting or gathering? Because these little trinkets weren't just for show. They were a way to signal trust, status, and alliance. Wearing a necklace of carefully chosen shells could say, "Hey, I'm skilled, I contribute to the group, and I can be trusted." It was social survival at its finest. Picture yourself in the middle of a bustling campsite. People are talking, laughing, or exchanging goods. You notice someone wearing a bright, intricate shell necklace. That immediately tells you something about them. They've been resourceful, maybe traveled to gather rare shells, or earned the respect of the group. Suddenly, you're more likely to share food with them, help them on a hunt, or even form alliances for protection. That necklace isn't just decoration, it's a survival strategy wrapped in beauty. And here's the cool part. This isn't just about individuals. Groups that valued social bonds, trust, and cooperation survived better. If one person stumbled or got injured, others were more likely to help because the network of trust was already there. Social currency, in the form of shell jewelry, helped humans maintain cohesion, distribute resources, and reduce conflict. Essentially, it's proof that survival isn't just about muscles, brains, or tools. It's about people working together. Now imagine the creativity involved. Shells had to be collected, drilled, strung, and sometimes decorated. That takes time, skill, and patience. And while you're working on your necklace, you're also demonstrating your value to the community. It's like saying, "I'm invested in us, not just myself." That mindset, expressed through jewelry, probably saved lives. Communities with strong bonds had better cooperation in hunting, defending against predators, and caring for the young. So next time you see someone wearing a necklace, bracelet, or even a simple ring, think about the origins of social currency. Humans have been using symbols, creativity, and small tokens to survive socially for thousands of years. Shell jewelry wasn't just pretty, it was a lifeline, a way to connect,
cooperate, and thrive in a world where trust could literally mean life or death.
Bone whistles. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, deep in a dense forest. Trees tower above you, leaves block the sunlight, and the sounds of animals echo everywhere. You're with your group, but some of them have wandered off to hunt or gather, and suddenly you realize you have no way to shout over the trees to find each other. Enter one of the coolest survival tools humans invented, bone whistles. Yep, tiny instruments made from bones that could carry sound across long distances. Here's how it worked. Humans would take a hollowed-out piece of bone, often from a bird or small mammal, sharpen it, and carve a small hole to blow air through. The sound that came out? Loud, piercing, and clear enough to travel through forests, valleys, and over rivers. Imagine blowing that whistle, and a friend or family member hears it hundreds of meters away, knows it's you, and comes running. It might seem simple, but in a world without phones, radios, or even long-distance shouting, it was life-saving technology. Now picture yourself in the forest. You've just spotted a herd of deer and need to alert your group without scaring it away. You pull out your bone whistle, take a deep breath, and blow. That sharp, high-pitched note cuts through the trees. Seconds later, you hear the response, a whistle echoing back. Your hunting partners arrive, coordinating silently, efficiently, and without alarming your prey. Suddenly, hunting becomes less dangerous, more effective, and a lot more collaborative. And bone whistles weren't just for hunting. They were a general communication tool. Maybe someone found a dangerous predator, discovered fresh water, or needed help carrying a heavy load. A quick whistle could send the message fast without putting anyone at unnecessary risk. Think about it. Early humans were creating an organized communication system using nothing more than bones, breath, and clever craftsmanship. That's innovation in its purest form. Here's another cool angle. Making these whistles required skill and patience. Hollowing out a bone without breaking it, carving precise holes and testing the sound took knowledge, trial and error, and practice. And passing down that knowledge? It meant survival strategies could continue across generations. A community with better communication could hunt smarter, avoid danger more effectively, and respond to emergencies faster than groups without these whistles. So next time you hear a bird whistle in the forest, or someone playing a simple flute, remember, humans were doing this thousands of years ago, not just for music, but for survival. Bone whistles let people coordinate, warn, and connect across landscapes where voices alone would fail. They show that survival wasn't just about strength or tools. It was about innovation, teamwork, and knowing how to use sound to your advantage.
Shamanic rituals. All right, imagine this. You are thousands of years ago, facing a world that's unpredictable, dangerous, and often terrifying. Predators roam the forests. The weather can change in an instant, and illness or injury could mean death. Survival isn't just about hunting or building shelters. It's also about staying sane and motivated in a harsh world. And this is where humans came up with something fascinating: shamanic rituals. So what were shamanic rituals? Think of them as early forms of spiritual or psychological tools. A shaman,
a person believed to have special knowledge or connection to spirits, would lead ceremonies, dances, chants, or trance-like activities. The goal wasn't just magic or superstition, it was psychological resilience. Participating in these rituals helped people deal with fear, uncertainty, and grief. In other words, it was a survival tool for the mind. Picture yourself sitting around a fire at night. Shadows flicker on cave walls. The cold wind whistles outside, and the group is tense after a dangerous day of hunting. The shaman begins a chant, moves rhythmically, and maybe smokes certain herbs. You feel the tension ease, your fear of the unknown diminishes, and a sense of connection with your community and something bigger than yourself starts to take hold. Suddenly, danger feels more manageable. Challenges seem less overwhelming, and your focus sharpens. That's survival. Not just of your body, but of your mind. Here's the clever part. Rituals created group cohesion. When everyone participates, they feel like they belong, like they're part of a system that can handle threats together. Fear and anxiety are shared and managed collectively, making each individual more confident and capable. Psychologically, humans were training themselves to endure hardships, to take calculated risks, and to remain calm under pressure, all through repeated rituals and belief systems. And it wasn't just mental comfort. These practices often included preparation for real-life survival, fasting, meditation, or symbolic enactments of hunts or battles. They taught patience, observation, and endurance. So even if it looked mystical, there was a practical survival benefit embedded in these ceremonies. Imagine the mind shift. You're facing harsh winters, illness, or predator attacks, but your belief system tells you you're protected. Your community supports you, and your actions have meaning. That psychological boost could make the difference between giving up and pushing through. Literally life or death in early human society. So next time you think about survival, don't just picture spears, fire, or clothing. Think about the mind. Humans thousands of years ago understood that resilience isn't just physical. It's mental, emotional, and social. Shamanic rituals weren't magic tricks. They were early forms of mental armor, giving people the courage, focus, and community strength they needed to thrive in a brutal world.
Natural antiseptics. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, hunting in the wilderness. You slip on a rock or get scratched by a thorn, and suddenly you've got a cut on your arm. It's painful, and in this world, even a small wound could turn deadly if it gets infected. But humans back then weren't helpless. They figured out natural antiseptics using moss, clay, and tree resins. Sounds primitive? Maybe, but it was brilliant survival innovation. So here's how it worked. Imagine you've just been injured. You notice moss growing on a nearby rock, or maybe you gather sticky tree resin. You press moss or clay onto the wound, or coat it with resin, and suddenly you're doing exactly what modern antiseptics do. Keeping germs out, reducing infection, and helping the tissue heal. Early humans didn't know about bacteria, but they figured out through trial and error
that certain substances actually worked. Survival 101. Now, picture yourself in this scenario. You've just returned from a hunt, your arm scraped badly by a bramble. You tear off some moss, pack it into the cut, and watch the bleeding slow. It's not perfect, but it protects you from dangerous infections. The sticky resin from a pine tree forms a barrier, and clay keeps dirt and debris out. That wound that could have ended your life now has a chance to heal. Every time you use these natural antiseptics successfully, you learn a little more about what works and what doesn't. And here's the genius part. Humans didn't just treat wounds. They experimented with materials. Some clays were better at stopping infection. Some resins were more effective at sealing cuts. And moss often kept wounds moist enough to prevent tissue from dying. They were literally inventing medicine before medicine existed, combining observation, experimentation, and survival instinct. Think bigger. This wasn't just about one person's survival. Communities shared knowledge. If someone discovered that birch resin stops bleeding or that certain mosses reduce infection, everyone benefited. Early humans were building a collective medical toolkit long before modern hospitals, bandages, or antibiotics. And in dangerous environments, full of predators, rough terrain, and injuries, every tool like this increased the chances of survival. So, next time you clean a cut and slap on antiseptic cream, remember the ancestors who used moss, clay, and sticky tree sap to save lives. They weren't just improvising. They were observing, testing, and using the natural world as their pharmacy. It's a reminder that survival isn't just about hunting or hiding. It's about creativity, knowledge, and using every resource around you. Who knew that a little moss or sap could mean the difference between life and death?
Primitive calendars. All right, imagine this. You're thousands of years ago living in a world with no clocks, no calendars, no digital reminders, nothing to tell you when the next hunt should happen or when food might be scarce. How would you know the right time to gather, hunt, or move? Early humans figured out a brilliant solution, tracking moon phases as a primitive calendar. Sounds simple, but it was a survival game changer. Picture yourself sitting outside at night, staring up at the sky. The moon is bright and full, or maybe just a thin sliver. Humans noticed patterns, how the moon changed night after night. Over months and years, they realized that these phases weren't random. A full moon meant more light at night, making it easier to hunt or travel. A new moon meant darkness, perfect for hiding from predators or staying low during risky activities. By observing these cycles, humans created an early system for planning survival activities. Now, imagine you're a hunter preparing for the next big hunt. You know the deer are more active around certain moon phases, or that fish are easier to catch at specific times. By tracking the moon, you can time your hunting trips for maximum success. You don't waste energy chasing animals at the wrong time or gathering plants that aren't ready yet. The sky itself becomes your planner, guiding your daily and seasonal routines. And here's the clever part. This wasn't just about hunting. Moon tracking helped humans coordinate immunal activities, like moving camps, storing food, or performing rituals. Everyone in the group could understand the cycle, predict resource availability, and prepare accordingly. It reduced uncertainty and helped communities survive in environments where one bad season could be catastrophic. Picture the practical side, too. The full moon meant extra light at night, perfect for crafting tools, repairing shelters, or traveling long distances. Hunters could communicate better, avoid dangers, and take advantage of extended visibility. And tracking the moon taught humans attention to detail, pattern recognition, and long-term planning skills that would pay off in countless survival scenarios beyond just hunting. Now think about the bigger picture. Humans thousands of years ago were essentially creating time management systems without clocks, calendars, or technology. They were observing, recording, and predicting natural cycles to survive. That tiny sliver of a moon wasn't just pretty. It was a critical tool for life and survival. So, next time you check your phone calendar or plan a weekend outing, remember the ancestors who used the moon to organize their lives. They weren't just staring at the sky for fun. They were tracking time, planning hunts, and ensuring their communities thrived. Primitive calendars, simple, natural, and surprisingly powerful in helping humans survive in a world that demanded attention, strategy, and foresight.
Bone digging tools. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years old, walking through a forest or grassland, hungry after a long day of hunting. You spotted some green shoots or signs of edible roots or tubers underground. But here's the problem. You can't just pull them out with your hands. The soil is tough, roots are tangled, and some might break if you yank them too hard. So early humans came up with a clever solution. Bone-digging tools. Yup, bones from animals transformed into sticks or spades or specialized diggers to extract food hidden beneath the ground. Now, imagine yourself on a cool morning, crouched near a promising patch of soil. You pick up a sturdy bone, sharpen one end, and start digging carefully. You work slowly, feeling the texture of the soil, listening to the subtle difference when you hit a root. You twist, pry, and pull, and slowly you uncover a perfect tuber or a nutritious root. That little bone tool just turned a frustrating, labor-intensive task into a successful meal. And in a world where food was survival, that skill could literally save your life. And it wasn't just about convenience. Using a bone-digging tool meant you could access food sources that were otherwise unreachable. Some roots were buried deep or hidden under rocks. Some tubers were resilient and tough. Without a proper tool, you might leave these valuable calories behind. With one, suddenly your diet expands. You're not relying only on hunting animals or gathering what's easily visible. You've unlocked underground resources, which could be especially important in seasons when game was scarce. Here's another angle. Making these tools required creativity and observation. Humans had to select bones that were strong yet light, shape them carefully, and sometimes even attach them to handles for better leverage. Every tool was a mini invention, passed down and refined over generations.
Communities that shared knowledge about effective digging techniques had better access to food, and that directly influenced survival and growth. Imagine the satisfaction, too. You dig up a nutritious root, clean it, and cook it over your fire. That food fuels you, keeps your energy up, and gives you strength to hunt or travel again. Early humans didn't just survive. They thrived by turning the resources of the land into reliable sustenance. That bone in your hand isn't just a tool. It's a survival key, a tiny piece of ingenuity that opens up the hidden bounty of the earth. So next time you pull a carrot from your garden, think about the ancestors who invented bone-digging tools thousands of years ago. They didn't have fancy spades or shovels, but they knew the land, experimented with materials, and turned a simple bone into a life-saving instrument. Survival isn't just about strength or speed. It's about creativity, resourcefulness, and finding clever ways to reach the food you need to live.
Seed storage in clay pots. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, and you've spent weeks gathering seeds, nuts, and grains. These little treasures aren't just food. They're survival, especially for the lean times when hunting is scarce or the seasons turned harsh. But here's the problem. If you just leave them on the ground or in a simple basket, rodents, insects, and moisture will destroy your hard-earned stash. So humans got super clever. They started storing seeds in clay pots. Yep, simple pottery turned into life-saving storage. Now, imagine yourself shaping a pot out of fresh clay. You smooth it, form it carefully, and maybe even fire it in a small pit to harden it. Once it's ready, you fill it with seeds, grains, nuts, or whatever you've managed to gather. You put a lid on top or cover it with a layer of clay to keep pests and moisture out. Suddenly, your seeds are protected from mice, rain, and decay. That tiny clay container isn't just pottery, it's a little fortress for your food. Picture the impact. Before clay pots, seeds might spoil after a few days or weeks, meaning wasted effort and a higher risk of starvation. With clay storage, humans could plan for the future, store surplus food, and make it through seasons when wild resources were scarce. It was early food security in action, an innovation that let humans live in larger groups, travel further, and invest in long-term survival strategies. And here's the clever part. Storing seeds in clay pots wasn't just about keeping food dry. The pots allowed early humans to control their diet, rotate crops, and even experiment with planting. By keeping seeds safe, they could save the best ones for future planting, eventually leading to agriculture. Think about it. This simple act of storing seeds in a pot was the seed of civilization itself, literally and figuratively. Now imagine the daily life impact. You don't have to rush through gathering before a rainstorm, and you don't wake up to find your food hoarded by rodents. You have a stable supply of seeds ready for cooking or planting.
This reliability means more energy, better nutrition, and more time for other survival activities like hunting, tool making, or socializing. In a way, clay pots gave humans freedom and flexibility, not just food protection. And let's not forget community benefits. Shared knowledge about the best ways to store seeds, which pots worked best, and how to keep pests out, strengthened collaboration. Groups that mastered seed storage could thrive better than groups that didn't. That's survival, combined with innovation, foresight, and teamwork, all wrapped up in a simple clay pot. So next time you see a jar of grains in your kitchen, think about the ancestors who figured out thousands of years ago that protecting seeds could mean the difference between hunger and plenty. Clay pots, humble, simple, but a cornerstone of human survival and ingenuity.
Sun-dried brick houses. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, trying to survive in a place where the weather can be extreme. Summer days are scorching, the sun beating down on your head, and in winter, nights can be freezing. Early humans had a brilliant solution: sun-dried brick houses. These weren't fancy modern homes. They were simple structures made from mud, clay, water, and sometimes straw. But they were ingenious survival tools. Imagine yourself shaping bricks out of wet clay, pressing them into molds, and leaving them under the hot sun to dry and harden. Once they're solid, you stack them carefully to form walls, adding doorways and maybe even a roof of reeds or mud. What you've just built isn't just a shelter, it's a temperature-regulating fortress. In summer, thick clay walls absorb heat slowly and release it gradually, keeping the inside cooler. In winter, the same walls trap warmth from the sun and your fire, making the interior cozy despite the cold outside. Now think about the daily life impact. Instead of constantly seeking shade or huddling by fires, you have a stable, comfortable place to sleep, eat, and plan your next hunt or gathering. Your food, tools, and seeds are protected from the elements, and your family or community has a safe base to regroup after long, dangerous days in the wild. Sun-dried bricks might sound simple, but they literally improved quality of life and survival odds. And here's the clever part. Making sun-dried bricks wasn't just about construction. It required knowledge of local materials, weather patterns, and structural techniques. Early humans learned which clay was best, how much straw to mix for stability, and how to orient their houses for sun and wind. Communities that mastered this could build durable homes that lasted years, reducing the constant risk of exposure to the elements and freeing up energy for hunting, gathering, and social activities. Picture a village of these brick homes. The sun rises, warming the walls and floors. People emerge, protected from the heat, and start their day. In winter, they huddle inside, safe from wind, snow, and frost. Children sleep comfortably, elders rest safely, and the community thrives because their shelter provides consistency and protection. That's not just architecture, it's survival strategy in action. And the long-term effect? Sun-dried brick houses allowed humans to settle in one place, store food, plan for the future, and build more complex societies. Instead of wandering constantly, they could invest in their community, their tools, and their culture. A simple brick house became a cornerstone of human progress. So next time you pass a clay brick building, or even a mud wall, think about the people thousands of years ago who figured out how to turn earth into shelter. Sun-dried bricks, simple materials, clever design, and a lifesaver through summer heat and winter cold.
Use of cats for pest control. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago in ancient Egypt. You've got grain stores, seeds, and food that your community has worked hard to gather. But here's a problem. Rats, mice, and other pests are trying to steal it all. One wrong night, and all your hard work could be gone. So humans did something brilliant. They started using cats as natural pest control. Yep, the furry little hunters we think of as pets today were originally key survival partners. Imagine yourself in an Egyptian village. You've stored wheat, barley, and other precious grains in baskets and jars, but the threat of rodents is constant. Enter a cat. Sleek, alert, and hungry, you don't need to teach it how to hunt. Its instincts do the work for you. Rats scurry, mice squeak, and your cat prowls silently, keeping the population in check. Suddenly, your food stores are safe, your hard work protected, and your community's survival is more secure. Now here's the clever part. Humans didn't just tolerate cats. They welcomed them, fed them, and even revered them. Over time, cats became intertwined with daily life, religion, and society because of the crucial role they played in survival. Protecting food meant protecting life, and cats were tiny, agile guardians of that precious resource. Their presence reduced food loss, lowered the risk of starvation, and helped humans thrive in agricultural societies. Picture it further. It's a warm evening, and your family is preparing a meal. Outside, you hear the faint scuttle of a mouse, but your cat leaps silently, pounces, and problem solved. You don't need traps, poisons, or constant vigilance. That cat is doing what humans couldn't, silently, efficiently, and continuously defending your food. And it's not just about food. Rodents carry diseases, so by controlling their numbers, cats indirectly protected human health too. And think socially. Having cats around changed communities. People began building small shelters for them, feeding them scraps, and creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Humans provided safety and food, and in return, cats kept pests under control. This is early domestication and symbiosis, where humans and animals coexisted for survival benefits. It's more than companionship. It's strategy. So next time you see a cat lounging lazily on your windowsill, remember that thousands of years ago, these furry hunters were critical survival partners, keeping grain stores safe and ensuring communities could flourish. Ancient Egyptians understood something simple yet profound. Survival isn't just about hunting or building, it's about finding allies in unexpected forms. And for them, that ally had fur, whiskers, and a keen hunting instinct. Cats. Cute, clever, and life-saving, proving that sometimes the best survival tool isn't a spear or a fire. It's a quiet, agile predator on 4 paws.
Pretty amazing for a pet we now just cuddle, right?
Early public toilets and sewage. All right, imagine this. You're thousands of years ago, living in a bustling city like Harappa in the Indus Valley civilization. Streets are busy, markets are full, and communities are growing. But with all that activity comes a huge problem: waste management. In most early settlements, improper sanitation led to disease, contaminated water, and sickness. But the Harappans were absolute pioneers. They invented early public toilets and sewage systems, way ahead of their time. Picture yourself walking through the streets of Harappa. You notice a small brick structure tucked away behind the houses. Inside, there's a raised platform with a hole leading directly to a covered drain. It's essentially a public toilet connected to a sophisticated underground sewage system. Waste is carried away efficiently, keeping streets clean and water sources safer. People didn't have to just relieve themselves in the open or risk contaminating their homes. There was a system in place that worked. Now think about the impact of this innovation. In a hot, densely populated city, waste could spread disease quickly. But with these early toilets and drains, the Harappans protected their community's health, reduced the spread of illness, and made city life sustainable. They were thinking not just about survival day to day, but about long-term communal resilience. It's hard to overstate how revolutionary this was. And here's the clever part. Constructing these systems required planning, engineering, and teamwork. Houses were connected to drains made of bricks, water was channeled strategically, and everything was built to function consistently. Communities that had this infrastructure thrived, while settlements without proper sanitation likely faced higher mortality rates. In other words, early urban hygiene was literally a survival advantage. Picture a family in Harappa. Children play safely without stepping in waste. Women fetch water that's cleaner, and everyone can live with less fear of disease. That small brick structure, so unassuming, made city life possible and helped people focus on farming, trade, and innovation instead of constantly worrying about illness. The Harappans essentially raised the standard of living and survival odds through clever infrastructure. And here's something fascinating. These systems were durable. Archaeologists have found drainage networks and toilets still intact thousands of years later. That shows not only technical skill, but a culture that valued cleanliness, organization, and the well-being of the community, all crucial survival factors in an era before modern medicine. So next time you flush a toilet or walk on a clean street, remember the Harappans. Thousands of years ago, they figured out that survival isn't just about hunting, building, or gathering. It's about hygiene, planning, and creating systems that protect an entire community. Early public toilets and sewage, simple in concept, monumental in impact, and proof that humans have been thinking ahead about survival for millennia.
Crop rotation. All right, imagine this. You're thousands of years ago, living in a small farming community. You've planted your fields with wheat, barley, or some other staple crop. The harvest is good and everyone's happy.
But if you plant the same crop in the same field year after year, the soil eventually becomes exhausted. Crops fail, hunger sets in, and survival is at risk. Early humans figured out an ingenious solution: crop rotation. Picture yourself walking through fields with your neighbors. This season, you plant wheat in one field, beans in another, and maybe leave one plot fallow. Next season, you rotate. Beans go where wheat was, wheat goes elsewhere, and the soil gets a break. By switching crops, the soil stays healthy because different plants return or remove different nutrients. It's like giving the earth a balanced diet so it can keep producing food year after year. Without this knowledge, you might exhaust your land and risk starvation. Now, imagine the bigger picture. Crop rotation wasn't just about preventing soil fatigue, it was about food security and planning for the future. Communities that practiced it could reliably harvest year after year, store surplus, and survive bad seasons. They could feed larger populations and even plan for long-term settlement instead of constantly moving in search of fertile land. Crop rotation turned agriculture from a risky gamble into a predictable, sustainable way to live. And here's the clever part. Early humans didn't need scientific textbooks to figure this out. They observed patterns over generations. The wheat is failing here. Maybe if we plant beans next time, it'll improve. That kind of experimentation, combined with careful observation, led to a practical system that kept communities alive and thriving. It's simple, but it's survival genius. Picture life in the village. You know that the fields will yield food. The soil stays rich, and you can plan for seasonal changes. People have enough to eat, children grow strong, and elders survive winters. Communities that practiced crop rotation could focus on crafting tools, building homes, or trading surplus food instead of constantly worrying about famine. That small, thoughtful practice had ripple effects across every part of life. And think about the long-term legacy. Crop rotation eventually led to more complex agriculture, supporting bigger populations and eventually entire civilizations. It shows that survival isn't just about hunting, storing, or fighting predators. It's about understanding your environment and working with it intelligently. So next time you enjoy a balanced meal or see a farmer switching crops, remember the ingenuity of our ancestors. They figured out that rotating crops could preserve the earth, secure food, and sustain life for generations. Crop rotation, simple, smart, and one of humanity's earliest survival hacks.
Water clocks and wells. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, living in a hot, arid environment. Water is life, but it's not always easy to come by. Rivers can dry up, rainfall is unpredictable, and your crops and livestock depend on having the right amount of water at the right time. Early humans came up with two brilliant survival tools: wells for access and storage, and water clocks for timing. Yep, humans were literally managing their water like engineers long before modern technology. Let's start with wells. Imagine your community digging deep into the earth, using wooden tools, stones, and sheer determination. You strike water, and suddenly you have a reliable source of hydration. Not only does this keep people alive, but it allows settlements to flourish even in dry seasons. Wells made communities less dependent on rivers or rain, giving humans the ability to plan agriculture, store water, and survive droughts. Every well was like a lifeline. Digging one could be dangerous and exhausting, but the payoff was enormous. Now, add water clocks into the mix. Early water clocks, or clepsydras, were simple devices that measured time by the flow of water. At first glance, it might seem like a luxury, but think about it. Timing water distribution to crops, tracking work shifts, or coordinating community activities all depended on knowing when and for how long to release water. Humans could manage irrigation efficiently, ensure fair access to limited resources, and even organize rituals or market activities around the schedule. Essentially, they were bringing order to a resource that could literally mean life or death. Picture a hot summer day. You're responsible for watering the fields. The water clock allows you to release the exact amount of water for the right duration. Too little, and crops suffer. Too much, and soil washes away. Your neighbors can take turns without conflict, and the community thrives. The well ensures there is enough water stored for emergencies, and your careful timing keeps everyone alive and productive. Here's the clever part. Combining wells with timekeeping shows humans weren't just reacting, they were planning ahead, optimizing resources and using knowledge to control their environment. This level of strategic thinking gave them a survival edge over communities that had to rely purely on guesswork or seasonal luck. And think long-term. Water management allowed early civilizations to settle in one place, grow crops consistently, support larger populations, and eventually build complex societies. Survival wasn't just about finding food. It was about mastering essential resources like water. Wells and water clocks may seem simple now, but back then they were revolutionary tools for staying alive and thriving. So next time you turn on a tap or glance at a clock, remember our ancestors. They understood that survival depends on careful planning, resource management, and timing. Water clocks and wells. Two simple tools that could literally make the difference between life and death.
Smoke signals. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, standing on a hilltop where the edge of a dense forest. Your community is spread out across the land, and danger could appear at any moment. Predators, rival groups, or sudden natural threats. How do you warn everyone without running miles on foot? Enter smoke signals, one of humanity's earliest long-distance communication tools. Yep, humans figured out that a little fire and a lot of smoke could save lives. Imagine yourself building a small fire in a cleared area. You throw on damp leaves or moss to create thick, billowing smoke that rises into the sky. A friend on a distant hill sees the signals and knows immediately that something is wrong. Maybe it's a warning of danger, a call for help, or a way to gather the community. It's fast, efficient, and works even across valleys, rivers, and forests where shouting or running wouldn't. Now, here's the clever part. Smoke signals weren't random. Humans developed systems and codes. The number of puffs, the length of smoke, or the timing could convey specific messages. One series of signals might mean approach carefully, while another could indicate danger here. This early form of coded communication allowed communities to coordinate, protect, and respond to threats before anyone got hurt. Picture the daily life impact.
You're hunting far from the village when a rival group approaches. You light the smoke signal, and by the time you return, everyone is ready. Children and elders are safe, and warriors are prepared. Or imagine spotting a wildfire in the distance. A quick smoke signal alerts the settlement, giving people enough time to gather supplies, evacuate livestock, and protect homes. In a world where danger was constant, this could literally mean the difference between life and death. And it's not just about emergencies. Smoke signals could also coordinate hunting, trading, or meeting points, allowing humans to interact over long distances without leaving their posts. Communities that mastered this could manage resources more efficiently, avoid conflicts, and strengthen social bonds. It's an early example of technology, amplifying human coordination and survival. Now think about ingenuity. No phones, no radios, no written letters, just fire, smoke, and clever observation. Humans had to understand wind direction, visibility, and timing to make it effective. It's a simple idea, but it requires knowledge, skill, and strategy. Exactly the kind of creativity that separates surviving from thriving. So next time you see smoke on the horizon, imagine early humans doing the same thing, thousands of years ago, using a fire to connect, warn, and protect each other. Smoke signals. Humble, low-tech, but a revolutionary survival tool. Sometimes the simplest ideas have the biggest impact on human survival.
Hammocks. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, camping near a river or in a forest. The ground is wet from last night's rain, insects are swarming, and sleeping on the dirt is uncomfortable at best and dangerous at worst. Early humans came up with a simple yet genius solution. Hammocks. Yep. Suspending yourself above the ground wasn't just relaxing, it was a life-saving innovation. Imagine setting up your hammock between two sturdy trees. You crawl in after a long day of hunting or gathering. Suddenly, you're elevated above all the crawling insects, snakes, or other small ground dwellers that could bite or spread disease. You're dry, comfortable, and safer. That little invention drastically improved sleep quality and survival odds, because getting rest in the wild is critical. Tired humans are slower, less alert, and more vulnerable. Now here's the clever part. Hammocks weren't just about comfort, they were also about protection from environmental hazards. Rivers could flood in unexpectedly, or heavy rains could turn campsites into mud pits. Sleeping off the ground meant your food, bedding, and even children stayed safe from water damage. A simple hammock gave humans adaptability, allowing them to camp safely in areas that might otherwise have been too risky. Picture the daily life impact. You wake up refreshed, alert, and ready for the day. Your neighbor, sleeping on the damp ground, is dealing with leeches, mud, or bites from insects. Over time, the hammock provides a clear survival advantage: less disease, fewer injuries, and more energy for critical tasks like hunting, gathering, or defending the group. The small convenience of sleeping above the ground turns into a strategic advantage in a harsh, unpredictable environment. And think about the ingenuity involved. Hammocks could be made from woven plant fibers, animal hides, or even flexible bark strips. They were lightweight, portable, and could be set up almost anywhere. This wasn't just about resting, it was early human engineering, maximizing safety and comfort with available resources. Communities that adopted hammocks could thrive in environments that others might avoid entirely.
Now imagine a night in the forest. The rain is pouring, frogs are croaking, and insects are buzzing around. You're swinging gently in your hammock, protected and dry. Your friends sleeping on the ground are uncomfortable and exposed. In the morning, you're the one ready to hunt, explore, and gather resources efficiently, while they recover from a sleepless, wet night. That small invention has a direct impact on survival and daily productivity. So next time you see a hammock in a backyard or on vacation, remember its roots in survival. Thousands of years ago, humans used hammocks to avoid insects, stay dry, and sleep safely, turning a simple piece of fabric into a clever tool for thriving in the wild. Sometimes the easiest solutions are the smartest for survival.
Beekeeping. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, exploring forests or fields, and you stumble upon a wild beehive. The bees are buzzing furiously, guarding their golden treasure. But you notice something incredible. Honey. Sweet, sticky, and full of energy. Early humans didn't just eat it. They figured out ways to manage bees and harvest honey safely, turning it into a survival tool that was both delicious and medicinal. Imagine carefully approaching the hive with smoke to calm the bees. You've observed them over time, learning their behavior and understanding when and how to take honey without destroying the colony. That honey isn't just a treat. It's a concentrated source of calories, perfect for boosting energy during long hunts or cold winters. In a world where food could be scarce, honey was portable, high energy, and long-lasting, making it an invaluable resource. Now here's the clever twist. Humans quickly realized honey had healing properties. It's naturally antibacterial, so applying it to wounds could prevent infection. A cut from hunting, a burn from cooking over a fire, cover it with honey, and you reduce the risk of disease and speed up healing. That's right, honey wasn't just food. It was ancient first aid, giving people a huge advantage in staying healthy and surviving injuries. Picture a hunter returning with a deep scratch. Instead of leaving it to fester, your group applies honey from the hive. The wound heals, infection is kept at bay, and the hunter can return to the hunt within days. That small jar of honey isn't just convenience, it's literally life-saving. It's a sweet example of humans turning observation and experimentation into practical survival strategies. And beekeeping wasn't easy. You had to understand bee behavior, construct hives or find safe natural locations, and manage harvesting so the colony thrived. Communities that mastered this had a reliable food source and natural medicine on hand. It shows humans weren't just reacting to nature. They were working with it intelligently, developing techniques that combine nutrition, safety, and sustainability. Imagine daily life in a village practicing early beekeeping. People have a constant energy boost for long labor days. Children enjoy a sweet treat that nourishes them, and the community has a ready source of antiseptic for injuries. The bees aren't just insects. They're partners in survival, providing food security and health protection. So next time you drizzle honey on toast or stir it into tea, remember that thousands of years ago, humans discovered it as a dual-purpose tool, sweet sustenance and natural medicine. Beekeeping was one of those clever survival strategies that combined intelligence, observation, and a little bravery to handle those buzzing guardians. Honey, delicious, healing,
and a sweet tea to human survival. Solar disinfection. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, traveling across a sun-drenched landscape, and you find a stream or puddle. It looks clean enough, but drinking straight from it could make you sick. Early humans didn't have filters or modern water treatment, so they had to get creative. Enter solar disinfection, a surprisingly simple yet brilliant survival trick, leaving water in clear vessels to let the sun do the cleaning. Imagine scooping water into a clear container, maybe a hollowed-out gourd, a glass-like crystal, or a simple transparent clay jar, and leaving it in direct sunlight. Over time, the UV rays from the sun start to work. You might not see it happening, but harmful microbes in the water begin to die off. It's passive, low-tech, and surprisingly effective. That one simple step could mean the difference between staying healthy or falling ill on the road or in the wild. Now, think about the daily life impact. You're thirsty, exhausted from walking or hunting, and the nearest water source could be risky. Instead of drinking and gambling with your health, you plan ahead. Fill your clear vessel, place it in the sun for several hours, and return to safe, drinkable water. You've just used one of nature's most powerful tools, the sun, to protect yourself. That's early science applied directly to survival. And here's the clever part. Solar disinfection isn't just about quenching thirst. It's about prevention and long-term survival. Communities that mastered this simple method could avoid waterborne diseases like diarrhea or dysentery, which could otherwise decimate small groups. It wasn't magic. It was careful observation, experimentation, and learning from experience. Over time, humans realized that transparent containers, full sun, and patience could keep their communities healthier and stronger. Picture a small group traveling together. You find a safe spot, fill several containers, and place them on rocks where the sun hits. While the group hunts, gathers food, or rests, the sun does its work. Hours later, the water is safe to drink, and everyone stays hydrated without falling ill. That simple habit turns a dangerous resource, untreated water, into a reliable, life-sustaining tool. And think long-term. This small, clever practice shows humans were problem solvers, capable of using observation, experimentation, and environmental resources to protect health. It's a survival mindset, taking the risks inherent in nature and using ingenuity to reduce them. Even without knowledge of microbes, humans found a way to control their environment and improve their chances of survival. So, next time you leave water in the sun, remember the ancestors who discovered this simple yet life-saving trick thousands of years ago. Solar disinfection. Low-tech, natural, and remarkably effective, proving that sometimes the easiest solutions can have the biggest impact on survival.
Iron spear tips. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, standing at the edge of a forest or grassland, spear in hand, ready for a hunt. You've got prey in sight, but your old wooden spear just isn't cutting it. Pun intended. Early humans realized that iron spear tips were a game changer.
By attaching sharpened iron points to wooden shafts, they created tools that were more durable, lethal, and efficient, completely transforming hunting strategies. Imagine walking carefully toward a grazing animal. Your iron-tipped spear glints in the sun. Unlike a wooden point, it won't snap or splinter on impact. You throw it or thrust with confidence, knowing it can penetrate tough hides and bones. That one upgrade could mean a successful hunt instead of going home empty-handed. In a world where food could be scarce, a single iron spear tip literally increased your chances of survival. Now think about the long-term impact. Iron spear tips weren't just sharper, they were long-lasting and reusable. Unlike stone or bone points that could break easily, iron tools could be repaired, reshaped, and reused over time. Communities that developed ironworking gained a huge advantage. They could hunt larger animals, expand their territories, and support bigger populations. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a technological leap in survival. Picture the daily life of a hunter armed with iron-tipped spears. You're not just hunting for food, you're also defending your group against predators or rival tribes. The strength and reliability of iron allow you to engage in situations that would have been too risky before. A well-made iron spear is a survival multi-purpose tool for hunting, defense, and even status within the community, showing skill and access to resources. And here's the clever part. Making iron spear tips required skill, observation, and experimentation. Humans had to smelt iron ore, forge it into a strong point, and attach it securely to a shaft. That process alone demanded knowledge of fire, materials, and craftsmanship. Communities that developed ironworking didn't just improve hunting, they built technological and cultural advantages that shaped their survival strategies for generations. Now picture a big hunt. A herd of deer or buffalo grazes in the distance. Your iron-tipped spear hits its mark, while others with less advanced weapons struggle. The difference is obvious. You've secured a meal for your group, ensured children and elders are fed, and strengthened the community. One piece of metal combined with human ingenuity has a direct impact on life and death. So next time you see a metal spear or knife, remember how iron spear tips thousands of years ago revolutionized survival. They weren't just tools, they were game changers, providing durability, efficiency, and an edge in the constant struggle to feed and protect human communities.
Early fish traps. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, standing by a river or along the shoreline. You're hungry, and the water is teeming with fish. But here's the problem. Catching them one by one with a spear or net takes time, energy, and skill. Early humans came up with a clever survival hack: fish traps. These were simple structures, woven baskets, stones, or wooden barriers that guided fish into confined spaces where they couldn't escape. In other words, it was passive hunting, letting nature do the work while humans waited. Imagine setting up a trap at the right spot in a river bend. The current guides the fish naturally toward your trap, and soon enough, the water is full of captured fish without you lifting a finger. That's efficiency at its finest. It wasn't just about catching food, it was about guaranteeing a meal while conserving energy for other survival tasks, like gathering plants, preparing fires, or scouting for predators. And here's the clever part. Fish traps weren't random. Humans studied fish behavior, where they swim, how tides and currents move, and the best times of day to set traps.
This knowledge allowed them to maximize their catch while minimizing effort. Over time, communities refined designs, using stones to create barriers, stakes to funnel fish, and woven baskets to store them. The traps were simple but extremely effective, turning rivers into reliable food sources. Picture daily life. Instead of spending hours fishing with sticks or spears, you check your traps in the morning and evening. You've got enough food to feed yourself and your community without exhausting your energy. Fish traps also allowed humans to store surplus for later, dry or smoke the catch, and plan ahead for lean times. In a world where every calorie mattered, this was a huge survival advantage. And it wasn't just about feeding people. Fish traps allowed early humans to settle near reliable water sources, plan for seasonal migrations of fish, and even trade surplus with neighboring groups. Communities that mastered this passive hunting technique could thrive, grow larger, and survive environmental fluctuations better than those relying solely on active hunting. Now think about ingenuity. Fish traps required observation, timing, and resourcefulness. Humans learned to work with currents, tides, and natural materials to design something that worked continuously, day after day. It's a brilliant example of early engineering and strategic thinking for survival. Simple, low-tech, but incredibly effective. So next time you eat a fish from a net or enjoy a catch from a river, remember the ancestors who built early fish traps thousands of years ago. They figured out a way to let nature do the work, secure their meals, and ensure survival with clever, patient engineering. Fish traps, simple, smart, and a guaranteed way to turn a river into a never-ending buffet.
Animal dung as fuel. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, trying to keep a fire going in a cold night or while cooking food. You know how important fire is. It keeps you warm, cooks your meals, and protects you from predators. But there's a problem. Wood is scarce in some areas, and you can't afford to waste it. Early humans came up with a brilliant solution, using animal dung as fuel. Yep, dung from cows, goats, or other animals became a reliable, sustainable source of energy, letting humans save precious wood for other critical uses. Imagine gathering dried dung from a nearby herd. It might not smell great, but when lit, it burns steadily, giving heat and a cooking flame. You can stack it like wood, manage it easily, and keep fires going for hours.
Earthenware fermentation jars. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago in a small village with a growing population. You've harvested vegetables, grains, and other crops, but now comes the tricky part, keeping your food edible for weeks or months. You can't just store it in the open. It'll spoil, attract pests, or get moldy. Early humans came up with a clever solution, earthenware fermentation jars. These simple clay containers became life-saving tools, letting humans preserve food while improving nutrition and flavor. Imagine carefully shaping a jar from clay, smoothing it, and firing it until it's solid. You fill it with cabbage, grains, or even legumes, sometimes adding a bit of brine or leaving it to ferment naturally. Then you seal the top and wait. Over time, natural fermentation occurs, breaking down sugars and creating acids that prevent spoilage.
By the time you open it, you have safe, nutritious food that could last through months when fresh crops weren't available. That's clever, practical survival at its finest. Now, think about the daily life impact. Without these jars, families would have to eat everything immediately after harvest or risk losing their food. With fermentation jars, communities could store surplus safely, plan meals for lean seasons, and even transport preserved food when traveling or trading. It wasn't just about survival. It was about stability, planning, and ensuring consistent nutrition for the group. And here's the ingenious part. Fermentation jars weren't just preservation tools. They enhanced nutrition and flavor. Fermentation produces beneficial bacteria, vitamins, and richer flavors, making food easier to digest and more enjoyable. Humans discovered that preserved food wasn't only edible, but sometimes more valuable than fresh food. A simple clay jar turned into a tiny laboratory, turning raw crops into life-sustaining, delicious meals. Picture a village kitchen. Children playing while adults check the jars, tasting a little here and there. The jars sit safely in a cool, shaded corner, quietly doing their work. During a harsh winter, when fields are barren, families open the jars and find nourishing vegetables and grains ready to eat. That small invention has a direct impact on health, survival, and community stability. And think about the observation and experimentation involved. Humans had to figure out the right balance of ingredients, how to seal jars, and the best conditions for fermentation. Communities that mastered this gained a survival edge, turning crops into long-lasting, reliable food sources, while also preventing waste. So next time you enjoy pickles, fermented grains, or even bread made from fermented dough, remember the ancestors who first discovered the magic of earthenware fermentation jars. They weren't just making food last, they were creating sustainable, nutritious, and flavorful solutions to survive and thrive in a world without refrigeration. Pretty amazing for a clay container and a little patience, right?
Herbal repellents. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, camping near a river, forest, or marsh. The sun is setting, and with it comes a swarm of mosquitoes, gnats, and other biting insects. You've got food, water, and a safe spot to rest, but if you get bitten, disease and discomfort are just a bite away. Early humans discovered a clever survival trick: herbal repellents made from plants like mint, wormwood, and other aromatic herbs. These plants weren't just pleasant smelling, they were nature's bug defense system. Imagine crushing fresh mint leaves between your fingers, the strong scent filling the air around you. You rub it on your skin, tuck some into your bedding, or hang bundles near your sleeping area. Suddenly, those biting insects keep their distance. You're protected, able to sleep safely, and the risk of insect-borne diseases like malaria or filariasis is reduced. That simple knowledge could make the difference between staying healthy and falling ill in the wild. Now, think about the daily life impact. Communities that used herbal repellents could camp, hunt, and work in areas others might avoid due to insect swarms. They could sleep through the night without interruption, preventing exhaustion and maintaining energy for survival tasks. Children, elders, and the sick benefited the most, staying safer from insect-borne illnesses. What might seem like a small detail, crushing some leaves, actually had a huge impact on health and survival. And here's the clever part. Early humans didn't just stumble on herbs randomly. They observed animals and plants, learning which scents kept pests away.
They experimented, rubbing different leaves, hanging them around shelters, and noting which combinations worked best. Communities that mastered these techniques had a protective edge, reducing bites, irritation, and disease risks while living in areas that others might find inhospitable. Picture a family preparing for the night. They weave fresh bundles of wormwood, sprinkled crushed mint in their bedding, and the air fills with strong herbal aromas. Insects buzz but don't bite, and the group sleeps peacefully. In the morning, everyone is alert, strong, and ready to gather, hunt, or travel. That small knowledge, something as simple as plants, translates directly into increased survival and resilience. And it's not just about personal comfort. Communities using herbal repellents could thrive in mosquito-heavy regions, forests, and wetlands where the risk of disease was otherwise high. By combining observation, trial and error, and local plant knowledge, humans turned nature's resources into practical survival tools. So next time you crush a mint leaf, light some citronella, or see an herbal sachet, remember the ancestors who first discovered that plants could protect them from insects. Herbal repellents, low-tech, natural, and an essential survival strategy.
Herbal medicine gardens. All right, picture this. You're in medieval times, walking through a quiet monastery courtyard. The sun is shining, birds are chirping, and around you stretch neatly organized beds of herbs, mint, sage, thyme, valerian, and dozens of others. These aren't just decorative plants. They're humanity's early pharmacy, carefully cultivated and preserved by monks and scholars who understood that plants could heal, prevent illness, and even save lives. Imagine living in a time before hospitals, pharmacies, or modern medicine. Illness could spread quickly, injuries could become deadly, and infections were common. Herbal medicine gardens provided a lifeline, offering remedies for fevers, wounds, digestive issues, and pain. The knowledge of which plants could heal which ailments was carefully documented, observed, and passed down, often by monks who spent their lives experimenting with, cataloging, and cultivating these remedies. Without them, entire communities would struggle to survive diseases that we now take for granted. Now picture the daily life impact. Someone falls ill in the village, a common occurrence. Instead of suffering without help, a healer or monk could prepare a tincture, poultice, or a tea from a garden. Fevers are reduced, wounds heal faster, and survival odds improve. These gardens weren't just about comfort. They were critical infrastructure for survival. Communities with access to herbal knowledge had a clear advantage, reducing mortality rates and helping people thrive despite harsh conditions. And here's the clever part. Monasteries didn't just grow herbs. They observed, recorded, and experimented. They noticed which plants worked, which were poisonous, and how combinations could enhance effectiveness. This wasn't just superstition. It was early science applied to survival. Over centuries, these gardens became libraries of practical human knowledge, ensuring that critical skills weren't lost, even as civilizations rose and fell. Picture a healer walking through the garden, carefully harvesting chamomile for calming teas, willow bark for pain relief, or thyme for respiratory issues. Each plant has a purpose, and each use is based on years of careful observation. For early communities, this meant that people could recover fast from illness, continue working, and contribute to the group's survival rather than succumbing to minor ailments. And think about the legacy. These herbal gardens laid the foundation for modern medicine. They preserved crucial survival knowledge through times of war, famine, and societal collapse. They remind us that survival isn't just about hunting, building, or gathering. It's about understanding the natural world and using it wisely. So next time you see a garden or brew a cup of herbal tea, remember the monasteries and their carefully tended plants. Thousands of years ago, humans relied on these gardens, not just for comfort, but for life, health, and the preservation of crucial knowledge. Herbal medicine gardens, quiet, green, and a cornerstone of human survival.
Falconry. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, standing in a vast open plain or perched on a rocky cliff. You're hungry, and hunting with spears or traps has its limits. But you notice a hawk circling above, scanning the ground for prey. Early humans had a genius idea: falconry, training birds of prey to hunt in cooperation with humans. This wasn't just a sport. It was a strategic way to secure protein and survive. Imagine carefully training a falcon or hawk, teaching it to respond to signals, fly efficiently, and return after catching prey. At first it's slow and tricky. Birds are independent creatures. But over time, the partnership strengthens. The bird spots rabbits, rodents, or birds that you might miss, swoops down, and brings them back. Suddenly, your hunting success skyrockets. What once required hours of tracking and waiting now becomes more reliable and energy efficient. Now think about the daily life impact. Food security in ancient times wasn't guaranteed. A single failed hunt could mean hunger for the family or tribe. Falconry changes the game. You have an extra set of eyes in the sky, a hunter that doesn't tire, and a consistent source of protein. Communities practicing falconry could supplement their diets, survive harsh seasons, and reduce the physical risks of hunting large or dangerous prey. That's survival intelligence at work. And here's the clever part. Falconry required understanding animal behavior, patience, and cooperation. Humans had to observe flight patterns, feeding habits, and nesting behavior. They learned to bond with the birds using calls, treats, and training techniques to create an effective hunting partnership. This is early animal domestication and training applied directly to survival. It's not just hunting, it's strategic teamwork with nature. Picture a day in the field. The falcon circles above, the hunter walks quietly below. A rabbit darts from cover, and the bird dives, catching it mid-run. It returns with the prize, and you've got dinner, without risking a spear thrust or long chase. That single hunting partnership saves energy, reduces injury risk, and ensures reliable nutrition. Over time, falconry allowed communities to exploit environments that might otherwise be too challenging to feed themselves. And think about the broader impact. Falconry wasn't just a trick for catching food. It shaped human knowledge of birds, flight, and hunting strategies. Communities that mastered it had a clear advantage, gaining more consistent protein, improved survival odds, and a stronger understanding of the natural world.
So next time you see a hawk or falcon soaring, remember that thousands of years ago, humans used these incredible birds as hunting partners. Falconry, clever, patient, and a direct link between observation, training, and survival.
Windmills. All right. Picture this. You're living hundreds or even thousands of years ago in a village surrounded by fields. You've harvested grains, but now comes the hard part, grinding it into flour. And over in another part of town, you need water for irrigation or drinking, but hauling it by hand is exhausting. Early humans came up with a clever solution: windmills. These weren't just big spinning structures, they were ingenious survival machines, using wind power to grind grain and move water with minimal effort. Imagine standing next to a windmill for the first time. The massive sails catch the wind, turning gears that crush grains into flour. Instead of hours of pounding or grinding by hand, you now have steady, efficient processing. Communities with windmills could produce food faster, store it longer, and feed more people. That's a huge survival advantage when every meal counts, and it allowed populations to grow and thrive. Now, let's talk about water. Some windmills were built to pump water for irrigation, draining wetlands or filling storage channels. Imagine a farmer trying to irrigate crops manually. It's backbreaking work, slow and often insufficient. With a windmill, water flows continuously, reaching fields that would otherwise dry up. That means more reliable harvests, less risk of famine, and the ability to farm in challenging landscapes. Early humans were essentially harnessing natural energy to extend their survival capabilities. And here's the clever part. Windmills weren't just about convenience. They were about strategic use of natural resources. Humans observed wind patterns, terrain, and seasonal changes to build mills in optimal locations. The design of the sails, gears, and shafts reflected centuries of trial, error, and careful observation. Communities that mastered windmill technology could multiply productivity, preserve resources, and thrive even in less fertile regions. Picture daily life. A miller tends the windmill, children play nearby, and families collect flour for bread. Farmers rely on the same windmill to keep their crops irrigated. Suddenly, what was once a physically exhausting, unpredictable task becomes efficient, reliable, and sustainable. That translates directly into more energy for other survival tasks, like hunting, building, or crafting. And think long-term. Windmills allowed early civilizations to settle in new areas, support larger populations, and plan for future food and water needs. They are a brilliant example of humans working with natural forces rather than struggling against them. By harnessing wind, communities could reduce labor, increase efficiency, and improve survival odds across the board. So next time you see a windmill spinning in the breeze, remember its ancient purpose. Not just aesthetic, but a life-saving tool for food production and water management. Windmills are clever, natural,
and essential for thriving communities long before modern engines existed. Thatched roofs. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, living in a small village or settlement. You've built walls out of mud, stone, or wattle. But now comes a critical question. What do you put on top to stay dry, warm, and safe? Early humans came up with the brilliant solution: thatched roofs. Simple, made from straw, reeds, or grasses, these layered roofs weren't just inexpensive, they were surprisingly fire-resistant and durable when built properly. Imagine gathering long stalks of straw or bundles of reeds, carefully layering them from the bottom up on your roof frame. Each layer overlaps the one below it, creating a natural barrier against rain, wind, and sun. Water flows off effortlessly, keeping the interior dry even during heavy storms. You're protected from the elements, and your home remains warm in winter and cool in summer. That small innovation dramatically improved comfort and survival odds. Now, think about the clever part. When layered correctly, thatch is naturally fire-resistant. You might not believe it, but the tightly packed layers actually slow the spread of flames, giving people time to react in case of an accidental spark. In communities where open fires were used daily for cooking, this was critical for preventing devastating blazes. Thatched roofs combined safety, practicality, and efficiency in a single, accessible solution. Picture daily life. Families living in these homes go about their routines, cooking over open fires, sleeping or crafting, all without constantly worrying about water damage or fire spreading. Children play indoors while elders work, knowing that the roof overhead provides protection from the harsh elements. Thatched roofs allowed early human settlements to settle in one place safely, making homes more comfortable and survivable. And here's the genius part. Thatch was cheap, renewable, and locally available. Humans didn't need stone, metal, or imported materials, just the natural plants around them. They observed which materials lasted longest, layered them in the most effective way, and created a construction method that could be taught and replicated easily. Communities that mastered thatching could survive storms, heat, and cold with minimal resources, giving them an edge over less prepared neighbors. Think about the broader impact. Thatched roofs weren't just shelters, they were a foundation for stable, sustainable living. By protecting homes from rain and fire, they preserved food, tools, and personal safety, while allowing communities to focus on farming, hunting, and social organization. These roofs were an essential part of early human settlements, turning temporary shelters into reliable homes. So next time you see a rustic cottage or historical village with a golden thatched roof, remember its roots in survival. Thousands of years ago, humans used simple grasses and clever layering to create homes that were safe, durable, and surprisingly fire-resistant. Thatched roofs. Low-tech, sustainable, and life-saving.
Moat construction. All right, picture this. You're living in a medieval village or early fortified settlement. The community faces threats from rival groups or wild predators, so defense is crucial. But here's the twist. Humans didn't just build walls, they dug moats. These water-filled ditches weren't just about keeping enemies at bay. They also had a surprising side effect: accidental fish farming, which improved food security. Imagine the labor involved. People dig deep trenches around their village or castle, carefully channeling water from nearby rivers or streams. Once filled, the moat creates a barrier that makes approaching your settlement dangerous and slow. Predators, raiders, or even curious animals are discouraged from crossing. That's the immediate survival advantage: safety and protection from harm. Now here's where it gets interesting. Over time, fish naturally move into the moat. Maybe they swim in from connected waterways. Maybe eggs are carried in by birds or floodwaters. Suddenly, your defensive trench is not just a barrier, it's a steady source of protein. People start noticing that when the moat is maintained, it provides fresh fish that can be eaten, dried, or traded. What started purely as a defensive strategy becomes an innovative way to supplement the community's diet. Picture daily life. Children play near the moat. Elders check the water levels, and fish thrive quietly in the safe, nutrient-rich environment. During tough seasons, when hunting or gathering is scarce, the moat becomes a backup food source. Communities that recognized this dual benefit had a huge survival advantage: protection and nutrition combined in one simple structure. And here's the clever part. Humans weren't just lucky. They observed patterns, managed water flow, and sometimes even added features to improve fish survival. Shallow areas, underwater plants, and slow-moving sections help fish reproduce and grow. Essentially, early humans were practicing basic aquaculture without even realizing it, turning a defensive structure into a resource-generating tool. Think about the broader impact. A moat allowed settlements to withstand sieges, avoid predators, and maintain a reliable food source, all while keeping labor and risk lower than constant hunting or fishing trips. Communities could focus on farming, crafting, and trade, knowing that both safety and nutrition were secured by the moat. And the ingenuity is remarkable. Humans combined observation, engineering, and practical problem-solving to create a solution that served multiple survival needs. They didn't just rely on one strategy. They layered benefits, ensuring their community could thrive even under pressure. So, next time you think of a moat, don't just picture defense. It's also an ancient survival hack that accidentally created fish farms, protecting and feeding communities at the same time. Moats, clever, dual purpose, and a perfect example of how human ingenuity turns simple structures into life-saving solutions.
Beehive bread storage. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, and your community has just baked bread, golden, nourishing, and crucial for survival. But there's a problem.
Bread spoils fast, especially in humid or damp environments. One soggy, moldy loaf could mean wasted effort or even illness. Early humans came up with a clever solution: beehive-shaped clay containers. These airtight vessels allowed bread to be stored safely for days or even weeks, preventing mold and ensuring a reliable food supply. Imagine shaping clay into a rounded, beehive-like form. The design isn't just aesthetic, it's functional. The narrow opening helps reduce air exposure, while the thick walls insulate and protect the contents from moisture and pests. Once the clay is fired and hardened, you place your loaves inside, seal it, and suddenly your bread can survive long journeys, hot summers, or rainy days. That's a major survival advantage in a world without refrigeration. Now think about the daily life impact. Communities that could store bread safely weren't constantly forced to bake multiple times a day. They could plan meals, ration supplies, and transport food over longer distances. Imagine a family going on a hunting trip or moving between seasonal settlements. They can carry baked bread that stays edible and safe. That's nutrition and energy secured, all thanks to a simple clay container shaped like a beehive. And here's the clever part. This wasn't just about storage. It was about food preservation strategy and resource management. Early humans observed spoilage patterns, experimented with different shapes, and realized airtight storage reduces mold growth. The beehive design became a consistent solution, helping communities avoid unnecessary waste and maximize their labor and resources. Preserving food wasn't just convenient, it directly impacted survival odds. Picture daily life. In the morning, a parent or baker opens the clay beehive, takes out a fresh loaf, and feeds the children. The bread is still soft, safe, and nutritious. During harsh winters or times of scarcity, families rely on these containers to stretch their food supply. Over time, communities that mastered beehive storage could thrive in challenging climates and avoid starvation. And think about the ingenuity involved. Early humans combined observation, experimentation, and simple materials to create a low-tech, highly effective solution. They didn't have modern preservatives, but they understood airflow, moisture, and airtight sealing well enough to make bread last longer than expected. It's an elegant example of human problem-solving applied to daily survival needs. So, next time you see a rustic clay pot or think about food storage, remember the ancestors who created beehive-shaped clay containers. They turned simple clay into a lifeline, keeping bread safe, nutritious, and mold-free. Beehive storage, simple, smart, and essential for survival.
Smoke curing of meat. All right, picture this. You're thousands of years ago, sitting around a freshly hunted deer or wild boar. It's lean, nutritious, and absolutely essential for survival. But there's a big problem. Meat spoils fast. Without ice, refrigeration, or modern preservation, a single bad cut could make an entire hunt go to waste. Early humans came up with a brilliant solution: smoke curing of meat.
This simple yet effective method allowed meat to last for weeks or even months, ensuring food security in a world where hunger was always a risk. Imagine the process. First, humans would hang strips of meat over a smoky fire, often inside a small shelter or special structure. The smoke didn't just flavor the meat, it slowly dried it and infused it with chemical compounds that killed bacteria and deterred pests. Over time, the meat becomes darker, firmer, and long-lasting. You can store it safely, carry it on long journeys, or ration it during lean seasons. That's practical survival ingenuity at work. Now, think about daily life. A hunter brings back a big catch, and instead of needing to eat it immediately, the family can smoke cure it. Days later, the meat is still edible, nutritious, and safe. During harsh winters, droughts, or periods when hunting is less successful, communities rely on their smoked reserves. It's a guaranteed food supply without the constant pressure of hunting, giving people time and energy to focus on other survival tasks. And here's the clever part. Smoke curing isn't just about preservation. It's about efficiency and planning. Humans observed which woods worked best, how long meat should hang, and how smoke concentration affected safety. Over generations, they refined the technique, balancing flavor, nutrition, and shelf life. Communities that mastered smoke curing had a clear advantage: less waste, more reliable food, and better survival odds. Picture a village preparing for winter. Families hang strips of venison or fish over smoky fires. Children run errands, and elders check on the meat's progress. Weeks later, even when snow covers the ground or hunting is scarce, there's still protein available. That smoked meat becomes a lifeline, keeping the community fed, healthy, and ready to endure harsh conditions. And think about the broader impact. Smoke curing allowed humans to store surplus, trade food, and survive in environments where fresh hunting wasn't always possible. It also encouraged creativity, adding herbs, salt, or different woods to improve preservation and taste. This isn't just cooking. It's early food science applied directly to survival. So next time you enjoy jerky or smoked fish, remember the ancestors who discovered the power of smoke curing. They turned fire and patience into a method for long-term survival. Smoke curing, simple, smart, and life-saving in a world without refrigeration.
Night watches in towns. All right, picture this. You're living in an early town or settlement, surrounded by wooden houses, narrow streets, and neighbors you barely know. The sun has set, and darkness spreads across the village. Night brings beauty, yes, but also danger. Predators, thieves, or rival groups could take advantage of the cover of night. Early humans came up with a simple yet genius survival solution: night watches. Designated people patrolling the town after dark to keep everyone safe. Imagine the scene. A group of villagers takes turns walking the streets, carrying torches or lanterns, eyes scanning for movement. Their job isn't glamorous. They're cold, tired, and alert, but they provide crucial protection. By keeping watch, they prevent theft, fires, or surprise attacks. One alert watchman could mean the difference between safety and disaster, helping communities survive in a world where threats were unpredictable.
Now think about the daily life impact. Families could sleep soundly, knowing someone was watching over the town. Food, tools, and homes were less likely to be stolen. Communities with organized night watches reduced losses and maintained order, ensuring that survival wasn't just about finding food or building shelters. It was also about protecting resources and people. Early towns became safer, allowing trade, social interaction, and growth to flourish. And here's the clever part. Night watches weren't just about walking around with torches. They required organization, rotation, and communication. Villagers had to coordinate who would patrol, how to signal danger, and where to focus attention. They developed systems like horns, bells, or signal fires to alert the community quickly. These practices are early examples of urban management and strategic safety planning. Picture a quiet night. The streets are dark, the wind rustles leaves, and a watchman hears a suspicious sound near a granary. They rush to investigate, flashlight or torch in hand, and discover a small fire, or maybe a sneaky animal trying to raid food stores. Thanks to the watch, the threat is dealt with before it escalates. That single action protects the community, preserves essential resources, and ensures survival. And think about the broader impact. Night watches allowed towns to develop more complex social structures. People could specialize in tasks other than constant vigilance, knowing someone else had their back at night. This division of labor improved efficiency, safety, and overall resilience. Communities that adopted night watches were more likely to thrive, expand, and survive external threats. So, next time you walk through a quiet town at night, remember the ancestors who pioneered night watches. They understood that survival wasn't just about food or shelter. It was about protection, coordination, and keeping the community alive when the sun went down. Night watches. Simple, strategic, and life-saving.
Medicinal leeches. All right, picture this. You're living hundreds or even thousands of years ago, and someone in your community falls ill. Maybe it's an infection, swelling, or an imbalance in the body that's making them weak. Modern medicine doesn't exist yet, so people rely on nature. And one surprising ally is the medicinal leech. Sounds strange, right? But these tiny bloodsuckers played a critical role in early human survival, helping treat infections, blood disorders, and even inflammation. Imagine sitting near a calm river or pond, collecting leeches for medical use. Early humans observed that when applied carefully, these creatures could draw excess blood from a patient, relieve pressure in inflamed areas, and stimulate circulation. It wasn't magic. It was practical observation combined with trial and error. Communities that understood how to use leeches had a clear survival advantage, treating conditions that could otherwise become deadly in a world without antibiotics or modern surgical care. That's early medical ingenuity in action. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just slap leeches on wounds. They learned the proper techniques, timing, and placement. Too many leeches or incorrect use could be harmful, so knowledge was passed down carefully through generations. This wasn't superstition, it was empirical medicine, an early form of survival-based healthcare that allowed communities to persist despite high risks of injury and infection. Picture a healer at work. Children watch in awe, elders observe carefully, and someone recovering from a swollen limb slowly feels relief. The leech does its job silently, improving circulation, reducing pressure, and helping the body fight infection. Over time, communities that practiced medicinal leech therapy were better equipped to survive injuries and illnesses that might have ended others' lives. And think about the broader impact. Leeches weren't just treatment, they represented early scientific thinking, observation of natural processes, and the willingness to experiment with unconventional methods. Communities that adopted these practices gained a survival edge, preserving lives and maintaining the strength of the group. So next time you hear about medicinal leeches, remember their real historical purpose: a practical survival tool that allowed humans to treat infections, blood problems, and swelling long before modern medicine existed. Medicinal leeches. Small, unusual, but life-saving. Using lice as biological markers. All right, picture this. You're living in an early village or settlement, and illness is a constant concern. You don't have microscopes, blood tests, or doctors who can analyze germs. But humans are clever, and they found an unusual way to track population health by observing lice. Yep, those tiny, annoying insects that live in hair and clothing weren't just pests. They were biological markers that gave early humans clues about nutrition, hygiene, and overall health in their community. Imagine this scene. A healer or elder examines children and adults, noticing that some people have heavy lice infestations, while others barely have any. Over time, they observe patterns. Maybe people with poor diets or weakened immunity are more heavily infested, while healthier individuals carry fewer parasites. Without knowing germs or modern medicine, humans could use lice as a tool to gauge who might be at risk of illness, helping communities make decisions about care, nutrition, and living conditions. Now think about daily life. Villagers could identify areas or households struggling with hygiene or health by noting lice prevalence. Families might prioritize cleaning, boiling water, or moving away from contaminated areas. In a world where disease could spread rapidly, this indirect method of monitoring population health allowed humans to respond proactively, reducing infection risks and improving survival odds. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just notice lice, they interpreted patterns. Infestations indicated overcrowding, poor clothing maintenance, or nutritional deficiencies. This knowledge guided community practices like rotating sleeping areas, washing or replacing garments, or adjusting diets to strengthen immunity. Early humans essentially created a primitive epidemiological system, all by observing something as tiny as a louse. Picture a healer walking through the village, inspecting heads, noting which families are more affected, and quietly advising changes. Over weeks or months, the community sees improvements: fewer lice, healthier children, and reduced illness. What might seem like a minor detail, a tiny bug,
becomes a lifeline for understanding population health. And think about the broader implications. Lice as biological markers gave humans a subtle but powerful way to track trends, detect risks, and respond to health challenges without any modern technology. Communities that paid attention to these signs could maintain stronger populations, reduce mortality, and survive environmental pressures that might wipe out less observant groups. So next time you scratch an itch or hear someone complain about lice, remember their historical significance. They weren't just pests. They were tiny, unintentional informants about human survival and health. Using lice as biological markers, simple, indirect, and surprisingly clever.
Tinderboxes. All right, picture this. You're living thousands of years ago, traveling through forests, plains, or mountains. Night falls, the temperature drops, and hunger sets in. Fire isn't guaranteed. Starting one from scratch every time is tough, especially in wet conditions. Early humans solved this problem with a simple, ingenious tool, the tinderbox. It's basically a portable kit that carries everything you need to start a fire: char cloth, flint, steel, dried tinder, so warmth and cooking are never out of reach. Imagine carrying a small wooden or leather box in your pack. Inside, everything is carefully prepared to ignite quickly when struck. You find dry tinder, strike the flint, and sparks light the char cloth. Within seconds, you have a flame to catch the tinder, feed the fire, and soon you're cooking dinner or warming your hands. That's a life-saving advantage, especially in environments where natural fire sources are unpredictable. Now think about the daily life impact. Travelers, hunters, or nomadic families no longer had to spend hours trying to coax a flame from damp wood or friction tools. With a tinderbox, fire is reliable and portable. It allows cooking, boiling water, signaling, and protection against predators. Communities with access to tinderboxes were able to move more freely, survive in harsher climates, and maintain energy for other survival tasks because they weren't constantly struggling to create fire from scratch. And here's the clever part. Tinderboxes weren't just about convenience. They were about planning, observation, and efficiency. Humans had to learn which materials ignite fastest, which woods or fibers make the best tinder, and how to keep everything dry and functional during long travels. Over time, they refined these kits to be compact, durable, and incredibly effective. It's a low-tech solution with a massive survival payoff. Picture a group of hunters returning from a long trek. The sun sets, the wind picks up, and temperatures plummet. One person opens a tinderbox, sparks fly, and a small fire takes hold. Suddenly, the group has warmth, cooked food, and the psychological boost of fire. That tiny box in their hands literally sustains life in the wild. And think about the broader implications. Tinderboxes allowed humans to expand into new territories, survive unexpected storms, and stay mobile without risking hypothermia or starvation. They represent an early form of human preparedness, foresight, and ingenuity, a portable survival toolkit that multiplied the chances of thriving in unpredictable environments. So next time you see a modern lighter or matchbox, remember the ancestors who carried tinderboxes. Simple materials, clever design, and a little spark made all the difference. Tinderboxes. Compact, practical, and life-saving.
Chainmail maintenance. All right, picture this. You're living in medieval times, preparing for a raid, battle, or even just protecting your village. Your armor is a suit of chainmail, made of hundreds or thousands of interlinked metal rings. It's strong, flexible, and life-saving. But it comes with a problem: rust. Without proper care, chainmail can corrode, weaken, and fail when you need it most. That's why early humans didn't just wear it. They carefully maintained it, oiling, cleaning, and inspecting each ring to ensure survival. Imagine the daily routine. After a day of training, patrolling, or fighting, the armor is dusty, damp, and grimy. If left untreated, moisture and dirt would cause rust, turning your life-saving protection into a useless pile of metal. So, you laid the chainmail out, scrub it with sand or ash, and rub oil into each ring. It's tedious work, but it literally means the difference between life and death. One weak link could be fatal in battle or during an attack. Now, think about the daily life impact. Chainmail wasn't just for knights or warriors. It was survival gear. Communities at risk of raids, wild animal attacks, or conflicts relied on it for protection. Keeping it in good condition meant the wearer could move freely, fend off threats, and defend food stores or families. Rusty, neglected chainmail could compromise the safety of an entire household or village. Maintenance wasn't vanity. It was a practical, life-preserving skill. And here's the clever part. Caring for chainmail wasn't just about rubbing oil on metal. Humans learned how to inspect for weak links, replace damaged rings, and prevent rust before it starts. They developed efficient routines, storing oil, brushes, and tools to keep the armor in top shape. Knowledge of proper maintenance was critical survival knowledge, passed down through apprenticeship and hands-on experience. Communities that mastered it were better equipped to defend themselves and their resources. Picture a blacksmith or soldier kneeling by the hearth, gently cleaning each ring, observing how metal reacts to heat and moisture, and applying oil carefully. Every link matters, and the work ensures that tomorrow, if danger comes, the armor won't fail. That careful preparation gives a psychological edge, too. You're confident, alert, and ready because your gear is trustworthy. And think about the broader impact. Chainmail maintenance allowed early humans to maximize the lifespan of their survival tools, save resources, and maintain safety in unpredictable environments. It's a reminder that survival isn't just about having equipment. It's about understanding it, caring for it, and making it reliable when it counts. So next time you see a medieval reenactment or a suit of chainmail in a museum, remember the hidden story. Hours of cleaning, oiling, and inspecting went into keeping it functional. Chainmail maintenance? Tedious, essential, and life-saving.
Herbal pest deterrents in fields. All right, picture this. You're an early farmer, tending your crops after planting season. You've poured days of hard work into sowing seeds, watering plants, and protecting your fields. But then comes the silent threat: rodents nibbling at seedlings, insects devouring leaves, and pests ruining your hard-earned harvest. Hunger could follow fast if you can't protect your food. That's where herbal pest deterrents come in. Humans discovered that certain plants, smells, and oils could naturally repel unwanted visitors and safeguard their survival. Imagine scattering mint, wormwood, garlic, or marigold around your field. The pests hate it, so they stay away. You don't need traps or deadly poisons, just the clever use of natural compounds that keep your crops safe. Over time, farmers realized which herbs worked best, which combinations amplified effectiveness, and how to rotate them to protect the entire growing season. What might sound like a simple garden trick was actually a vital survival technique in a world where every meal counted. Now, think about daily life. A family walks through the fields checking on vegetables and grains. Thanks to herbal deterrents, seedlings are intact, fruit is untouched, and the threat of pest-driven food scarcity is minimized. Communities that mastered this technique could grow surplus food, store it for winter, and reduce the risk of famine. That's a huge survival advantage, especially when every crop could mean the difference between thriving and starving. And here's the clever part. Humans weren't just randomly planting herbs. They observed pest behavior, experimented, and developed early ecological strategies. They learned that strong scents mask crop odors, disrupt insect navigation, and make habitats unappealing to rodents. This is early science applied to agriculture and survival, combining observation, trial and error, and natural resources to protect food supplies. Picture a farmer kneeling in a sunlit field, planting wormwood around the edges while sprinkling garlic powder near grain mounds. The wind carries the scent, creating an invisible shield that keeps pests at bay. Children run between rows, elders inspect the health of crops, and everyone benefits from the clever use of plants as nature's protection system. And think about the broader impact. Herbal pest deterrents didn't just protect food, they enabled early civilizations to stabilize communities, increase population resilience, and develop sustainable farming practices. By relying on observation and natural solutions, humans minimized crop loss, preserved resources, and ensured survival even in challenging environments. So next time you see herbs growing in a garden, remember their ancient role. Guardians of the harvest, silent protectors against hunger and loss. Herbal pest deterrents, clever, natural, and life-saving.
Monastery libraries. All right, picture this. It's the Middle Ages, and Europe, or other regions of the world, is being ravaged by disease. Plagues sweep through towns, leaving devastation in their wake. Communities struggle to survive, and in the chaos, knowledge becomes a lifeline. That's where monastery libraries come in. Quiet, almost secretive repositories of books, scrolls, and manuscripts that preserved information crucial to human survival. Imagine monks hunched over candlelight, carefully copying texts from medicine, agriculture, hygiene, and herbal remedies. These weren't just religious writings. They contained practical survival knowledge passed down for centuries. When plague struck, townspeople and travelers who had access to this information could learn how to treat symptoms, prevent infection, and maintain community health, while others faced unnecessary suffering. The libraries were like time capsules of life-saving wisdom. Now, think about daily life in these monasteries. Monks catalog books, carefully clean and repair pages, and translate knowledge into forms that could be shared with the community. They understand the value of information. A single forgotten herbal remedy, a medical procedure, or a method for quarantine could save countless lives. People came from miles around to learn and carry that knowledge back to their villages.
In a way, these libraries were survival centers, not just spiritual hubs. And here's the clever part. Monasteries weren't just hoarding knowledge, they were actively applying and adapting it. They experimented with herbal treatments, documented results, and taught hygiene practices. By maintaining detailed records, they created a practical toolkit for survival in a world without modern medicine. Communities with access to this knowledge had a huge advantage during epidemics, reducing death rates and preserving social stability. Picture the scene. A town hit by plague, chaos everywhere. A healer consults a manuscript from a monastery library, finds guidance on isolating the sick and using herbal poultices, and manages to save dozens of people. Families survive, food is protected, and the community retains some sense of order. That's the life-saving power of preserved knowledge. Information literally becomes a weapon against death. And think about the broader impact. Monastery libraries allowed humans to store, protect, and transmit survival strategies across generations. They bridged centuries of learning, helping societies endure plagues, famines, and conflicts. Without these quiet archives, much of the practical knowledge from antiquity might have been lost, leaving communities more vulnerable to disaster. So next time you imagine a dusty old library, think of it not just as a place for books, but as an ancient survival hub. Monastery libraries, careful, patient, and critical for human survival.
Rainwater diversion systems. All right, picture this. You're living in an early settlement, maybe thousands of years ago. Rain is pouring down, and water threatens to flood your homes, ruin crops, or wash away stored food. Survival isn't just about having food and shelter. It's also about controlling the environment. That's where rainwater diversion systems come in. Early humans engineered ditches, channels, and levees to redirect excess water and protect their communities. Imagine standing outside during a heavy storm, watching water pour from the hills and streams. Without intervention, it would inundate your homes and fields. But clever humans had already dug channels to redirect the flow around houses and storage areas. They even built small levees and embankments to guide water to ponds or fields where it could be useful instead of destructive. These systems didn't just prevent disaster, they turned potential threats into survival tools. Now think about daily life. Families sleep safely while rainwater flows harmlessly through diverted channels. Farmers know their fields won't be washed out, and food stores remain dry. Children play near the diversion channels, perhaps even helping maintain them, learning early lessons in engineering and community survival. Communities with these systems could weather storms, droughts, and seasonal rains more reliably, giving them a huge edge over less prepared settlements. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just dig channels. They observed the landscape,
studied rain patterns, and adapted designs to local conditions. Over time, they refined the systems to maximize protection and even irrigate crops. They learned which channels worked best, how to prevent erosion, and how to store excess water for dry seasons. This wasn't guesswork. It was practical, applied environmental engineering centuries before modern technology. Picture a village leader inspecting the channels after a storm. Water is flowing exactly where it should. Homes are safe and crops are unharmed. That careful planning not only prevents disaster, it improves long-term survival by preserving resources, protecting shelter, and giving communities confidence to thrive. Early humans could focus on hunting, farming, and crafting instead of constantly rebuilding after floods. And think about the broader impact. Rainwater diversion systems allowed humans to settle in areas that would otherwise be too risky, manage natural resources efficiently, and reduce vulnerability to climate events. They are an early example of humans taking control of their environment to secure survival, turning nature's unpredictability into a manageable tool. So next time you see a modern canal, drainage ditch, or levee, remember its ancient roots. Early humans dug channels not just to move water, they engineered survival. Rainwater diversion systems, clever, resourceful, and life-saving.
Portable compasses. All right, picture this. You're a trader or explorer centuries ago, standing at the edge of a dense forest or gazing out over the open sea. Your goal? To reach a distant village, trade goods, or explore unknown lands. But there's a big problem. How do you know which direction to go when landmarks disappear and storms obscure the sun? That's where the portable compass comes in, a simple yet revolutionary tool that changed the survival game for early humans traveling long distances. Imagine holding a small magnetic needle suspended over a card, pointing reliably toward the north. No matter if clouds cover the sun or dense forest blocks familiar landmarks, you now have a dependable reference. You're no longer guessing which way to go, risking getting lost, or wandering into dangerous terrain. That tiny device dramatically increases your chances of reaching your destination safely. Now think about daily life. Merchants could follow trade routes with more confidence, explorers could map unknown regions, and communities could establish connections that brought food, resources, and knowledge. People weren't just wandering, they were planning and navigating with precision, opening opportunities for survival and growth that would have been impossible without a compass. And here's the clever part. The compass wasn't just about direction, it was about strategic planning and risk management. Early humans learned how to read the needle, account for local magnetic anomalies, and combine the tool with observations of stars and landmarks. Over time, travelers refined their techniques, turning what might seem like a tiny gadget into an essential survival instrument for long journeys. Picture a trader crossing a vast desert or dense forest. The sun sets, shadows stretch, and landmarks vanish into the darkness. Without the compass, the risk of losing the caravan, supplies, or even life is high. But with it, the trader confidently plots a course, avoids dangerous terrain, and ensures the goods arrive at the next settlement. That small, portable device literally preserves life, resources, and community connections. And think about the broader impact. Portable compasses didn't just make individual survival easier, they enabled trade, exploration, and cultural exchange. Communities could access resources they couldn't produce locally, share knowledge, and expand territories. In essence, the compass was a key tool for human expansion and resilience, making distant lands accessible and less risky to navigate. So next time you put out a GPS or check a map, remember the ancestors who relied on simple magnetic needles. That small device allowed humans to travel farther, trade smarter, and survive in unknown landscapes. Portable compasses, compact, practical, and life-saving for long journeys.
Canning beginnings. All right, picture this. It's the 18th or 19th century, and you're preparing for a long expedition, maybe crossing mountains, exploring new territories, or sailing across unpredictable seas. Fresh food is limited, spoiling quickly, and hunger or malnutrition could threaten your survival. That's where the beginnings of canning come in, a method humans developed to store food safely for long journeys, ensuring that nutrition could last weeks or months without refrigeration. Imagine jars or metal containers filled with vegetables, meats, or soups, sealed tightly to keep air and bacteria out. It might seem simple now, but back then it was revolutionary. By heating the containers to kill bacteria and then sealing them, humans discovered they could preserve food for travel, creating a reliable supply for harsh, unpredictable environments. This wasn't just convenience, it was life-saving technology for explorers, armies, and settlers venturing far from home. Now think about daily life during these expeditions. Soldiers, explorers, or sailors could carry canned goods without fear of spoilage. When storms raged, rivers froze, or fresh food ran out, they had something dependable to eat. That steady supply of nutrition reduced risk of starvation, kept energy levels up, and even boosted morale. Communities or expeditions with access to preserved food had a massive survival advantage over those who relied solely on hunting or foraging. And here's the clever part. Canning wasn't just about sealing food. It was about scientific observation and experimentation. Humans learned which containers worked best, how long to heat foods, and which recipes prevented spoilage. Over time, techniques improved, containers became more durable, and storage methods were refined. Essentially, humans created portable, long-lasting nutrition, turning food into a reliable survival tool for journeys into unknown or hostile regions. Picture an explorer opening a jar of preserved beans after weeks on the trail. The meal is safe, nutritious, and satisfying. It's a moment of relief and reassurance. The expedition can continue without the constant anxiety of spoiled supplies. That tiny jar isn't just food. It's planning, innovation, and survival strategy condensed into a container. And think about the broader impact. Early canning allowed humans to travel farther, explore more dangerous terrains, and maintain health in unpredictable environments. It also paved the way for future advancements in food technology, transforming how societies store, transport, and rely on nutrition. Without such preservation methods, many expeditions and even settlements might have failed due to lack of reliable food. So next time you open a can of soup or vegetables, remember the ingenuity behind it. Early humans didn't just preserve food, they engineered survival. Canning beginnings. Smart, practical, and life-saving.
Glass bottles for water storage. All right, picture this. You're traveling long distances, hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Maybe you're crossing deserts, forests, or rivers. Water is critical. Without it, survival becomes impossible. But water sources aren't always clean. Streams can carry bacteria, stagnant ponds can harbor disease, and contamination can mean serious illness or death. Early humans solved this problem with glass bottles for water storage, a simple but revolutionary way to keep water safe and portable. Imagine carrying a smooth, sealed bottle of clean water in your pack. It's durable enough for travel and prevents dirt, insects, and pathogens from getting inside. Suddenly, you're no longer forced to drink from potentially unsafe streams along the way. You can quench your thirst, cook safely, and stay hydrated for days. That's a massive survival advantage when your journey spans unfamiliar or harsh terrain. Now, think about daily life. Traders, soldiers, or nomadic families can pack water without worrying about illness. Explorers crossing arid lands or mountains don't have to gamble with contaminated sources. Communities with glass bottles could plan longer journeys, trade over greater distances, and survive in regions that would otherwise be too risky. Clean water wasn't just convenient. It was directly tied to health, energy, and survival. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just use any container. They used glass, which is non-porous, easy to clean, and doesn't react with water. Unlike leather, gourds, or pottery, glass prevents microbe buildup, keeps water fresher longer, and allows travelers to monitor how much they have left. Early humans understood that the container mattered as much as the water itself, a simple innovation with enormous impact on survival. Picture an explorer pausing on a long desert trek, opening a glass bottle to sip cool, uncontaminated water. Every drop restores energy, improves focus, and keeps them moving forward safely. Without that bottle, they'd risk dehydration or illness from unsafe sources. That tiny piece of glass is literally a lifeline in hostile environments, giving humans the confidence to venture farther than ever before. And think about the broader impact. Glass bottles didn't just preserve water. They allowed for trade, exploration, and population mobility. Communities could carry clean water for travel, migrate to new territories, and survive in climates where fresh water wasn't guaranteed. Essentially, they became a portable guarantee of hydration and health, crucial for survival in an unpredictable world. So next time you sip from a water bottle,
Remember the ancestors who relied on glass containers. They didn't just hold water, they protected life itself. Glass bottles, simple, practical, and life-saving.
Use of quinine. All right, picture this. You're living in a region full of rivers, swamps, and tropical forests. It's beautiful, sure, but it's also a breeding ground for mosquitoes. And with mosquitoes comes malaria, a deadly disease that can knock out even the strongest hunter or farmer. Early humans discovered a surprising survival tool, quinine, a natural compound derived from the bark of the cinchona tree used to prevent or treat malaria. Imagine a village healer or explorer noticing that some people fall violently ill during certain seasons. Over time, they learned that a powdered bark or bitter tonic reduces symptoms and prevents repeat infections. It's not pleasant tasting, bitter as can be, but it works. Families who could access quinine had a massive survival advantage, avoiding repeated bouts of fever, weakness, and even death, while others were left vulnerable to the same mosquito-filled environments. Now, think about daily life. Farmers and hunters could continue working during the rainy season instead of being bedridden. Explorers crossing swamps or tropical forests could take quinine before venturing into high-risk areas. Communities that used quinine were healthier, stronger, and more resilient, able to maintain productivity and defend themselves even in disease-heavy regions. That bitter bark literally saved lives, allowing humans to thrive in otherwise deadly zones. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just stumble upon quinine. They observed natural patterns and experimented. They noticed which trees, bark preparations, and dosages worked best. Over generations, knowledge about timing, application, and combination with other herbs spread, creating an early pharmacological system focused on survival. Communities with this knowledge were far better equipped to handle seasonal malaria outbreaks. Picture an explorer preparing for a journey into mosquito-infested forests. They grind cinchona bark into a powder, mix it into a drink, and set off. Weeks later, despite countless mosquito bites, they remain healthy and strong. That simple preventative measure makes the difference between completing an expedition or being incapacitated. Quinine isn't just medicine. It's a ticket to survival in environments that could otherwise be deadly. And think about the broader impact. The use of quinine allowed humans to settle, trade, and expand into malaria-prone regions. It enabled economic activity, cultural exchange, and exploration where survival would have been nearly impossible without it. Quinine represents an early form of disease management and human ingenuity, turning natural resources into life-saving tools. So, next time you hear about malaria prevention, remember the ancient solution, quinine. Bitter, natural, and incredibly effective. It gave humans the edge to survive and thrive in dangerous landscapes.
Magnetic lodestones. All right, picture this. You're an early sailor or explorer standing on the deck of a small wooden boat. The wind blows, waves crash, and the horizon stretches endlessly in every direction. Landmarks vanish. The sun hides behind clouds, and suddenly you're in completely unknown waters.
Survival depends on knowing where you are and which way to go. And that's where magnetic lodestones come into play, one of humanity's first navigational tools. Imagine holding a naturally magnetic stone over a small wooden float or suspended on a string. The stone always points north. Simple, right? But back then, this was revolutionary. Without landmarks or modern instruments, explorers could suddenly determine direction with confidence. It's not just convenience, it's life-saving. Being able to navigate meant avoiding getting lost at sea, finding trade routes, and returning home safely. Now, think about daily life for early sailors. Storms rise, fog sets in, and currents pull the boat in unpredictable directions. Without a reliable way to gauge direction, crews risk drifting into dangerous waters or missing vital resources. With lodestones, they could adjust their course, estimate travel times, and maintain supply lines. Communities and explorers with this knowledge had a massive survival advantage, expanding territories and trading over vast distances. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just notice the lodestone's magic. They experimented, refined, and applied it strategically. They figured out how to mount it on floats, make simple compasses, and combine observations of the sun and stars. Over time, these practices became early forms of marine navigation science, allowing people to travel further, trade more effectively, and survive journeys that would have been impossible before. Picture a crew returning from a long voyage. The horizon is empty, but thanks to the lodestone, they stay on course, avoid reefs and dangerous shoals, and safely deliver goods and messages to their home settlement. That tiny stone doesn't just guide, it protects lives, ensures survival, and enables human expansion across seas. And think about the broader impact. Magnetic lodestones didn't just help sailors. They enabled civilizations to connect, trade, and explore unknown regions. Humans could map coastlines, discover new lands, and share resources over long distances. In essence, these simple stones extended the boundaries of survival, turning the vast, dangerous seas into navigable highways. So, next time you see a compass, remember the ancestors who relied on lodestones. That natural magnetic rock wasn't just a curiosity. It was a critical survival tool, guiding humans across unknown waters and connecting distant worlds. Magnetic lodestones, small, natural, and absolutely life-saving.
Caravel ships. All right, picture this. It's the age of exploration. You're standing on the deck of a caravel, one of the most advanced ships of its time. Waves crash against the hull, winds whip across the sails, and the horizon stretches endlessly. Survival on the open sea is no joke. Storms, pirates, and unpredictable currents are constant threats. But the caravel is a game changer. Sturdy, maneuverable, and built for long-distance survival. Imagine the wooden hull, carefully reinforced, holding strong against battering waves. The triangular lateen sails allow the ship to tack against the wind, giving sailors flexibility to navigate treacherous conditions. Without this kind of design, voyages could end in disaster. With it, explorers and traders could venture farther than ever before, carrying food, water, and resources safely across vast, unknown oceans. Now, think about daily life on a caravel. Sailors spend long days managing sails, keeping the deck clean, and watching the weather. The ship's structure keeps them safe from waves crashing over the sides, while storage areas protect provisions from spoilage. Long trips, sometimes months at sea, become survivable because the caravel combines speed, durability, and space for essentials. Communities that mastered these ships could establish trade networks, explore new territories, and access resources previously out of reach. And here's the clever part. The caravel wasn't just about surviving storms. It was about strategic design for endurance and adaptability. Humans learned how to balance cargo, reinforce the hull, and optimize sail arrangements for long journeys. Every feature, from the hull shape to the mast placement, was developed through observation, trial, and error. Sailors weren't just traveling, they were engineering survival on water. Picture an expedition leaving the coast, supplies loaded, crew ready. Weeks pass, winds shift, storms hit, but the caravel holds firm. Provisions stay dry, the crew stays safe, and the ship carries everyone to their destination. That wooden vessel is more than a means of transport. It's a floating survival hub, allowing humans to conquer oceans that were once deadly barriers. And think about the broader impact. Caravels enabled humans to connect continents, trade goods, and explore new lands, fundamentally changing societies. They allowed survival in a world where oceans were previously impassable, giving communities access to food, metals, and knowledge from faraway lands. Essentially, caravel ships weren't just vessels, they were tools that extended human survival capabilities across the seas. So, next time you imagine a ship cutting through waves, think of the caravel. Sturdy, clever, and life-saving, it made long-distance sea survival possible. Caravel ships, engineering, exploration, and human survival rolled into one.
Garrison gardens. All right, picture this. You're stationed at a military fort centuries ago. Supplies from the outside world are slow, unreliable, or cut off entirely during sieges or winter months. Hunger is a real threat, and survival doesn't just depend on weapons, it depends on food. That's where garrison gardens come in. Small, self-sustaining plots inside or near forts that allowed soldiers and inhabitants to grow their own vegetables, herbs, and sometimes even small fruits. Imagine walking through a compact garden within the fort walls. Rows of leafy greens, cabbages, carrots, and herbs thrive under careful tending. Soldiers might take turns watering, planting, and harvesting. These gardens aren't just decorative, they're lifelines, providing essential nutrition when deliveries are delayed or enemy forces block supply lines. Without them, the garrison could face malnutrition, low morale, or even death during extended isolation. Now think about daily life. After drills or guard duty, soldiers tend garden, learning which plants grow best in limited space, how to rotate crops, and how to prevent pests. The garden provides fresh vegetables for meals, herbs for flavor and minor medicinal use, and a sense of routine in a tense environment. Communities within the fort depend on this careful cultivation for survival. Every carrot or cabbage can make a difference. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just plant randomly, they planned, rotated, and experimented to maximize yield in small spaces. Some gardens used vertical structures, small raised beds, or companion planting techniques to make the most of sunlight and soil. The Garrison Garden was essentially an early example of strategic urban agriculture, optimized for survival under restricted conditions. Picture a siege situation. Outside the fort, conflict rages and supply lines are cut. Inside, the garrison relies on their gardens to maintain strength. Fresh greens keep soldiers healthy, prevent scurvy, and boost morale. Even small yields are critical, sustaining life until relief arrives. That tiny patch of soil becomes the cornerstone of survival, quietly supporting everyone within the walls. And think about the broader impact. Garrison gardens didn't just feed soldiers, they taught communities about self-sufficiency, resilience, and resource management. Knowledge from these gardens often spread, influencing civilian agricultural practices and urban planning. The principle was simple. Control your food supply, even in confined or dangerous environments, and survival odds increase dramatically. So next time you see a small garden tucked into a city courtyard, imagine the soldiers tending crops in the medieval fort. Garrison gardens, practical, strategic, and life-saving.
Gunpowder for hunting. All right, picture this. You're a hunter centuries ago, venturing into dense forests or open plains. You rely on your skills, your bow, your traps, and sometimes sheer luck to catch enough food to survive. Then comes a revolutionary innovation, gunpowder. Suddenly, humans gain a tactical advantage over wildlife, turning hunting into something faster, more efficient, and a little less uncertain. Imagine holding a firearm or early musket. The loud bang echoes through the trees, startling animals and giving you a chance to take precise shots at prey that once would have easily evaded you. Where once you had to track animals for hours, set traps, or risk close encounters, gunpowder changes the game. You can hunt larger animals, farther away, and with less risk of injury. That means more reliable food, better nutrition, and greater survival odds. Now, think about daily life. A hunting party sets out at dawn. They've loaded their early firearms, planned their approach, and marked safe zones. With gunpowder, they can coordinate ambushes, manage resources efficiently, and feed communities with less waste. Families waiting at home know there's a higher chance of receiving meat, hides, and other vital materials like bones for tools. Gunpowder didn't just make hunting easier, it reduced uncertainty in daily survival. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just shoot blindly. They developed strategies around gunpowder use. They learned how to reload efficiently, track game behavior after gunshots, and combine firearms with traditional methods like traps or dogs. Early hunters optimized timing, distance, and angles to maximize success while conserving valuable ammunition. In essence, gunpowder became a force multiplier for human survival skills. Picture a group tracking a herd across a valley. The animals are skittish and ready to bolt at the slightest sound. The hunters position themselves, take careful aim, and use the new technology to bring down one or two animals quickly.
That meat feeds the community for days. Skins become clothing, bones become tools, and sinews become rope. That single innovation, gunpowder, enhances nutrition, resource efficiency, and overall survival. And think about the broader impact. Gunpowder didn't just improve hunting, it reshaped human expansion, allowed settlement in previously resource-limited areas, and even influenced warfare strategies. Communities that mastered this technology had higher survival rates and better access to vital resources, giving them a distinct edge over both wildlife and neighboring groups. So next time you see a firearm, remember its early role in survival. Gunpowder wasn't just about fire and noise. It was about food security, efficiency, and tactical advantage.
Ice houses. All right, picture this. You're living centuries ago, long before electricity, freezers, or modern refrigeration. You've hunted game, caught fish, or harvested perishable foods, and now the big challenge hits. How do you keep it from spoiling? That's where ice houses come in, ingenious structures humans built to store ice and maintain low temperatures, effectively creating early refrigeration to protect food. Imagine a small, insulated building, often built partially underground or with thick walls, packed with ice collected during winter. Food, meat, dairy, vegetables, and even delicate fruits is placed inside where it stays cold for weeks or months. It's not just clever, it's life-saving, because spoiled food can lead to disease, malnutrition, or starvation. Ice houses gave humans a reliable way to extend the lifespan of crucial resources, particularly in harsh climates or during long winters. Now think about daily life. Families or communities stock the ice house in winter, carefully layering snow or ice with straw for insulation. During the summer, they can retrieve meat for meals, fruits for nutrition, or ingredients for trade without worrying about rapid spoilage. Even kings and nobles relied on ice houses to preserve luxury foods, but for everyday people, they were essential for survival in regions with long winters or unpredictable food supplies. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just store ice, they engineered it carefully. Ice was harvested from frozen lakes, packed strategically, and insulated with straw, sawdust, or clay. Some ice houses were dug underground to take advantage of natural cooling. These strategies show a deep understanding of thermodynamics, insulation, and resource management long before modern science formally existed. It's early humans applying practical physics to survive. Picture a village during late winter. Ice stored months ago is still solid, keeping meat fresh and vegetables edible. Families can eat, trade, and even plan for future seasons with confidence. Without ice houses, food would rot, nutrition would drop, and communities might face scarcity. That structure isn't just a storage space, it's a survival hub, bridging seasons and stabilizing human life. And think about the broader impact. Ice houses didn't just prevent spoilage, they allowed humans to store surplus food, maintain health, and expand settlements into regions with seasonal extremes. They laid the groundwork for long-distance trade of perishable goods and inspired future innovations in refrigeration. Communities that mastered ice storage had a huge survival advantage over those who relied solely on immediate consumption. So next time you grab something from your freezer, remember the ingenuity behind ice houses. Early humans didn't just store ice, they engineered life-saving refrigeration centuries before electricity existed. Ice houses, practical, clever, and absolutely critical for survival.
Medicinal syrups. All right, picture this. You're living hundreds or even thousands of years ago in a village or settlement where medical care is limited. People get sick, injuries happen, and resources are scarce. Access to fresh herbs isn't always guaranteed, especially in winter or during long journeys. Enter medicinal syrups, concentrated herbal remedies humans created to preserve healing power and ensure survival over time. Imagine a village healer carefully boiling herbs, roots, or flowers with honey, sugar, or alcohol to make a thick, concentrated syrup. The process extracts the active compounds while preserving them, so the medicine stays potent for weeks or months. This isn't just convenient, it's life-saving, because people could treat fevers or digestive problems or coughs even when fresh plants weren't available. That syrup becomes a portable, reliable source of medicine for families, travelers, and soldiers alike. Now, think about daily life. A family might keep a jar of herbal syrup on the shelf, ready for the first sign of illness. A traveler can carry a small bottle on a long journey. Even during harsh winters, when fresh herbs are scarce, the syrup retains its healing properties. It's not just medicine, it's insurance against disease and injury, ensuring survival when natural resources are temporarily unavailable. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just mix herbs randomly. They experimented and observed which combinations worked best, which extraction methods preserved potency, and which flavors made the medicine tolerable. Over generations, knowledge of preparation, dosage, and storage became refined. Communities that mastered medicinal syrups had a clear survival advantage, reducing mortality from treatable ailments and keeping people healthy enough to work, farm, and defend their settlements. Picture a healer in a small cottage stirring a steaming pot of herbs into syrup while children watch. Once cooled and bottled, the syrup can treat coughs, soothe fevers, and prevent complications from common illnesses. That single jar becomes a powerful tool for survival, bridging the gap between seasonal availability of herbs and the ongoing needs of the community. And think about the broader impact. Medicinal syrups weren't just remedies. They preserved knowledge, extended life, and allowed communities to endure in harsh or unpredictable environments. They represent early pharmacology, experimentation, and a deep understanding of natural resources.
Villages with access to stored herbal remedies had higher survival rates, better health, and stronger resilience during epidemics or periods of scarcity. So, next time you see a jar of cough syrup or herbal extract, remember the ancestors who relied on these concentrated herbal remedies. Medicinal syrups. Clever, practical, and critical for survival, long before modern pharmacies existed.
Seawater desalination methods. All right, picture this. You're on a small wooden ship, hundreds of miles from the nearest land. The sun is blazing, the sails are full, and your crew is thirsty. Fresh water supplies are limited, and drinking seawater is a death sentence. How did early humans survive long ocean voyages? Enter primitive seawater desalination methods, ingenious ways to make salty water drinkable and keep crews alive at sea. Imagine a simple setup. A shallow pan of seawater placed under the sun or over a fire, with a cover angled to let evaporated water condense into a clean container. The salt stays behind, while the fresh water drips into a small collection jar. Simple, right? But back then, this was life-saving technology. Sailors who could turn seawater into drinkable water had a huge survival advantage. They could travel farther, explore unknown waters, and avoid the deadly risks of dehydration. Now, think about daily life on a long voyage. Crew members take turns tending the evaporation pans, monitoring condensation, and rationing the precious fresh water collected. Without this process, they'd be forced to rely on limited stored water or risk illness by drinking salt water. Desalination meant sustained hydration, better health, and improved morale for the entire crew. Every drop of fresh water literally preserved life. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just randomly boil water. They observed natural processes and refined techniques. They learned which materials conducted heat best, how to angle covers for optimal condensation, and how to maximize collection in hot sun or over slow fires. These primitive methods weren't perfect, but they demonstrated early engineering and problem-solving skills essential for survival. Picture a crew on a hot afternoon, the evaporation pans glistening with seawater. Slowly, fresh water drips into jars. Sailors sip it cautiously, knowing this is the difference between making it to the next island or succumbing to dehydration. That simple method transforms the dangerous, endless ocean into a manageable environment where humans can survive extended periods without landfall. And think about the broader impact. Primitive desalination techniques didn't just save individuals, they enabled trade, exploration, and migration across oceans, connecting distant communities that otherwise would have been isolated. They allowed humans to survive in harsh maritime environments, laying the groundwork for more advanced navigation, shipbuilding, and water purification systems in the centuries to come. So, next time you think about fresh water, remember the ingenuity of early sailors. They didn't have modern filters or reverse osmosis. They relied on evaporation, condensation, and careful observation to turn dangerous seawater into life-saving drinking water.
primitive seawater desalination. Clever, practical, and absolutely critical for survival on long voyages.
Dog breeds for herding and protection. All right, picture this. You're living in an early agrarian village, surrounded by fields, livestock, and wild animals. Survival isn't just about growing crops. It's about protecting what you've worked so hard to cultivate. That's where dogs come in. But not just any dogs. Specific breeds trained for herding and protection. These early companions weren't pets in the modern sense. They were critical survival partners. Imagine a shepherd guiding a flock of sheep across open fields. Wolves and other predators lurk nearby, threatening to devour livestock. A herding dog keeps the animals together, moves them efficiently, and alerts the shepherd to danger. Meanwhile, a guard dog patrols the perimeter of the village at night, barking at intruders or strangers. These dogs don't just help. They directly protect the community's food, income, and survival. Without them, herds would scatter, crops could be damaged, and human life could even be at risk from wild predators. Now, think about daily life. Villagers wake before sunrise, tend crops, and care for livestock. Dogs move through the fields, helping herd animals into pens, scare off intruders, and even locate lost animals. Some breeds are nimble and fast, perfect for chasing threats, while others are strong and imposing, deterring predators. Humans and dogs develop a partnership, training, communication, and mutual trust, which dramatically improves efficiency and survival odds. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just adopt any dog. They selected and bred animals for specific survival tasks. Over generations, they emphasized intelligence, speed, loyalty, and protective instincts. Herding breeds learned to control livestock without harming them, while guarding breeds excelled at vigilance and deterrence. This is early selective breeding, a form of strategic survival engineering using nature itself as a tool. Picture a village at dusk. A flock of sheep safely returns from pasture, guided by agile herding dogs. At the edge of the village, guard dogs patrol silently, sniffing the air and alerting humans to unusual activity. Families feel safer, food supplies are secure, and livestock remains productive. That combination of human ingenuity and canine skill becomes a cornerstone of agrarian survival. And think about the broader impact. Dogs didn't just help one village. They enabled humans to settle in new regions, maintain larger herds, and establish complex agricultural societies. Communities with well-trained dogs had a survival advantage, protecting resources and enabling expansion. Dogs became integral to human life, bridging the gap between vulnerability and resilience in agrarian societies. So next time you see a herding or guard dog, remember the role these animals played in human survival. They weren't just companions, they were partners, protectors, and lifelines. Dog breeds for herding and protection, smart, loyal, and absolutely critical for sustaining early agricultural communities.
Paper maps. All right, picture this. You're an explorer, a trader, or even just a traveler venturing into lands far from your village. The terrain is unfamiliar. Dense forests,
Towering mountains or winding rivers stretch endlessly. One wrong turn and you could be days from water, food, or shelter. This is where paper maps come in, one of humanity's earliest and most critical tools for survival. Imagine unrolling a carefully drawn sheet that shows rivers, trails, mountains, and settlements. Suddenly, you're not wandering blindly. You can plan routes, anticipate obstacles, and avoid dangerous areas. Maps give direction, context, and confidence. Where previously humans relied on memory, landmarks, or guides, paper maps allow survival in uncharted territories and reduce the risks of getting lost, which historically could mean starvation or death. Now, think about daily life for early travelers. A merchant caravan checks a map before leaving town, ensuring they avoid tricky terrain or hostile regions. Explorers use maps to track progress, mark safe water sources, and plan rest points. Even armies relied on maps to coordinate movements and avoid ambushes. Maps aren't just drawings, they're lifelines, translating knowledge of the land into practical strategies for survival. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just draw maps randomly. They observed, documented, and updated them over time. Early cartographers recorded rivers, landmarks, and trails based on exploration or local knowledge. They experimented with scaling, symbols, and orientation, gradually improving accuracy. Every improvement increased the odds of safe travel, showing how humans combined observation, creativity, and communication to survive in unfamiliar environments. Picture a traveler crossing a dense forest. Clouds obscure the sun, animals rustle nearby, and the path is confusing. The traveler consults a paper map, sees a nearby river marked as safe to cross, and navigates confidently to a shelter at night. Without that map, they could wander endlessly, risking dehydration, exposure, or wild animal encounters. That sheet of paper is more than ink on parchment. It's a survival tool that guides humans safely through unknown lands. And think about the broader impact. Paper maps didn't just help individuals, they enabled trade, exploration, and expansion. Settlements could establish trade routes, explorers could chart new continents, and communities could survive and thrive in regions previously considered inaccessible. Maps turned unknown, dangerous terrain into navigable landscapes, giving humans the edge in survival and expansion. So, next time you glance at a modern map app, remember the ancestors who relied on paper maps to survive. They weren't just tools, they were life-saving guides through unknown worlds. Paper maps, simple, practical, and essential for survival.
Windrose navigation. All right, picture this. You're on a wooden ship, hundreds of miles from land, with nothing but the open sea around you. The sun rises and sets, waves crash, and the wind is your only real friend or your greatest enemy. How do you survive long voyages without getting lost or stranded? That's where windrose navigation comes in. A simple but life-saving tool that helped early sailors understand and harness wind patterns. Imagine a diagram showing directions and prevailing winds, something like a compass rose, but focused on wind instead of just magnetic north. Sailors study it carefully, learning which winds dominate different regions and seasons. By predicting wind patterns, they can plan routes that maximize speed, minimize risk, and avoid dangerous storms.
it's not just convenience, it's survival. Without understanding wind patterns, ships could be blown off course, supplies could run out, and crews could face disaster at sea. Now, think about daily life. Sailors spend hours observing the sky, sea, and sails, consulting their wind knowledge to adjust course and sails efficiently. They know when to tack, when to follow a prevailing breeze, and when to avoid seasonal gales. Windrose navigation allows longer journeys with more predictable travel times, meaning food and water supplies can last, and crews stay safer and healthier. Every breeze becomes an ally, not a threat. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just notice the wind, they mapped patterns over years of observation, noting seasonal changes, directions, and even local anomalies. This knowledge accumulates, passed from one generation of sailors to the next. Over time, it becomes a critical survival strategy, turning raw observation into practical science that protects lives on unpredictable oceans. Picture a fleet setting sail across the Mediterranean. Using the windrose, they choose a route where the prevailing breeze will carry them swiftly and safely, avoiding treacherous currents and sudden storms. Weeks later, they reach their destination with supplies intact and the crew healthy. That simple understanding of wind is literally the difference between life and death on the open sea. And think about the broader impact. Windrose navigation didn't just help individual sailors, it enabled trade, exploration, and cultural exchange across continents. By mastering wind patterns, humans could expand trade networks, colonize distant lands, and survive in maritime environments that were previously deadly. Knowledge of the wind became a cornerstone of maritime survival and expansion. So next time you feel the wind on a boat or see a compass rose, remember the early sailors who relied on the wind itself to survive. Windrose navigation. Clever, practical, and absolutely essential for life at sea.
Fortifications with angled bastions. All right, picture this. You're living in a town or military settlement centuries ago, and enemy forces are advancing. Cannons roar in the distance, walls shake, and survival isn't just about fighting. It's about structure, strategy, and clever engineering. That's where fortifications with angled bastions come into play. A brilliant design that dramatically improved survival during sieges. Imagine a fortress, not with simple straight walls, but with walls that jut out at angles, creating triangular or star-shaped bastions. Why angles? Because cannonballs and siege weapons don't hit as effectively. The design allows defenders to fire along the walls, covering blind spots and creating overlapping fields of fire. Attackers can't approach without being exposed, and every angle works in favor of the people inside. These fortifications aren't just walls, they're life-saving structures. Now think about daily life inside such a fortress. Soldiers patrol the bastions, keeping watch for enemy movements. Civilians know they have a safer place to retreat. Stores of food and water are stocked, and the design allows defenders to maximize protection with fewer troops. During a siege, survival depends on maintaining morale, rationing supplies, and controlling strategic angles. Bastion design gives humans a fighting chance where simple walls would fail. And here's the clever part. Humans didn't just throw up angled walls. They studied ballistics, line of sight, and siege tactics to optimize every corner. Each bastion is positioned to cover adjacent walls, prevent dead zones, and allow enfilading fire. Moats and ramparts and cannons are integrated into the design, creating a defensive system that's much harder to breach. This wasn't luck. It was early applied science in the service of survival. Picture an enemy army approaching. They fire cannons, hoping to breach the walls. The defenders are positioned on bastions, firing along angles that expose the attackers at every turn. Their strategic advantage keeps the enemy at bay, prevents quick entry, and buys time for reinforcements or negotiation. The fortress itself becomes a protective shield, safeguarding lives and resources inside. And think about the broader impact. Angled bastions didn't just protect individual fortresses. They shaped the evolution of military architecture, urban planning, and survival strategies. Settlements built with these designs could withstand prolonged sieges, preserve communities, and survive in hostile regions where simpler defenses would fail. The design gave humans a significant edge in survival during warfare. So next time you see the outline of a star-shaped fort, remember the ingenuity behind it. Fortification with angled bastions. Clever, calculated, and absolutely critical for surviving cannon fire and prolonged sieges.